Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. Finally back all together again. I am Doug, your Dungeon Master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. Where we last left off, the Folly had made their way through the Helterlands to the country of Lyrandil that is currently under a very iron-handed rule of the Crown, who purports to be the people, like a country ruled by the people, but it turns out to be quite oppressive and in the way it's worked out. And the party ended up joining a rebellion against this for a variety of reasons. And after witnessing some things that were pretty disturbing about some of the practices that the powers that be were implementing, they decided it was a worthy cause and have been in training. They started the very beginnings of a 6-week training process for the rebellion, which just lately, including meeting each individually their mentors that they would be spending these 6 weeks with, and also launching with a 3-on-3 fight with each other. And so after that fight had finished, with the victors being
not me.
Yeah,
Cebu.
Valen, Stoic, and Cebu, the gnome that has been in training with Stoic under his mentor. They did a brief kind of debriefing with their instructors, and were instructed to go back and discuss what had happened and what, strengths and weaknesses, and just kind of debrief among the party as well afterwards. And so with that, as you guys head back to your tent to have this time of debriefing, that's where we're going to pick things back up.
So it's just the 6 of us, like a little bit after the battle. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So they had dismissed you, and let you guys head back to your tent. Cebu tagging along, and so that you guys can recover and discuss what happened and debrief after the battle, and eventually head to bed when you're ready.
It's like middle of the day, isn't it?
That's true.
We got up very early for this.
Yeah.
Like first in the
That's
morning
all
battle.
we've done.
I totally am screwed up in my head here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been basically dismissing before lunch. So you
Okay.
have a little bit of time before lunch to
Okay.
recover before Drail comes back and
Gotcha.
takes you for fitness.
Oh man, I feel like we should take a nap before Joe comes and finds us again.
Yeah, it seems nice.
Congratulations.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
Yeah, I know our feelings.
I mean, I'm a little embarrassed.
I do want to apologize for trying to poison you all this morning.
Yeah.
I made a decision with not enough information. So it's mostly I apologize for jumping to conclusions and then acting on those conclusions. It's not that I actually apologize for the thinking that I had to take advantage of a situation in which I could possibly not die on the battlefield. So
I don't like that you just easily poisoned all of us.
well, I didn't easily poison any of you.
Well, you made the decision. Like, there was, pretty quickly you tried to poison all of us.
Well, it wasn't a quick decision. First, I tried to ask Cebu if she could help me find, a root or something that would make you all have terrible stomach aches, but I couldn't find what she had described, so then I just kind of on a whim decided I was just going to dilute some poison just to give you all, stomach cramps, so.
You still easily decided to attempt to poison us.
Sure.
It doesn't matter the method. This was a very easy decision. Like, I will poison my 4 best friends.
Well, you were my enemies as it was described to me.
Yeah, in a scrimmage battle.
Sure. Where I was going to go down first and hard. Also, again, I told you I made this decision jumping to a lot of conclusions. The first conclusion was that this was all one-on-one, that I had no allies on the battlefield. Second was that the battlefield was going to be the same place where we had camped the first night, which had no hiding places. I was going under the assumption of what I remembered that space looked like. So I was trying to take advantage of the fact that I could offset the battlefield.
That we trust you?
Yes, that you trust me.
Which I don't know I do anymore.
I don't either.
I don't.
Well, you didn't drink anything, but that's fine. I don't know you.
Well, I won't anymore.
Okay, thank you for your honesty.
Also, you really hurt.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I was very concerned that your rock friend was going to absolutely pummel me to death. So I
wish he
appreciate
would have sooner.
Yeah.
I get where your head is at strategically. I do. If you were surrounded by enemies, I don't blame you for trying to poison your enemies, but I didn't think you would poison us.
Well, I didn't poison you.
But you attempted to.
I diluted the poison to give you stomach cramps.
It doesn't matter. You put poison in our watering, our tea. Doesn't matter the dilution, the strengthness. You did it like with no qualms.
Oh no, I felt absolutely guilty while I was doing it. I think that's the thing, that you're assuming that I felt good about the action I took. I did not feel good about it. I was just trying to survive a situation in which I was going to be outmanned and outgunned before I even walked on the field. I was trying to be smart. And in doing so, made a foolish decision. I don't walk around saying that it was a good decision. I just said that I don't regret thinking that way, because it means I will think that way when it comes to us. To find a way to give us advantage before we even walk on the field.
But that's not against us. Does winning matter more than the trust that we have in you, or had in you?
I wasn't trying to win. I was trying to not die.
We weren't fighting to the death, and the fact that you think we would have killed you says a lot.
I didn't think you were going to kill me. I didn't know I made assumptions about how they were going to treat us in that battle. I was making assumptions about everyone else.
We're your family. You're supposed to come to us and trust us to get you out of that situation if it's them you fear. But it really doesn't feel like that was the case.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. I apologize. I see my error. I don't know what you want me to say, Stoic. That'll make you feel better.
I don't think there is anything you can say.
I want to trust the next time you hand me a cup of tea that I can drink it safely.
I can do you one better. Take off my bow, pull out one of the arrows that you gave me. I knock it to the bow, and I hand it to you, string side to you. Hold the string. And I take a step back so that it's pulled, and now the arrow is pointing right at my heart.
That's not how you use that.
I'm perfectly aware.
I swing the arrow around on the string and take it off.
I trust you implicitly with my safety. But I also trust that if I become the enemy, you will take me out, and you will take me out swiftly.
We would find a way to save you.
I'm not talking about saving me from a bad situation. I mean if I truly am the enemy. There is a difference. And you know there is a difference.
It's just going to take a little while to get over this.
And I know that I have hurt you probably more than anyone else in this room.
with the tea.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's going to hurt your feelings a little bit. So I'm going to preface by saying I don't know a better way of saying this because I don't want to hurt your feelings. You knew that I had mucked with the tea. It was called out in front of all of you. No one else drank. You stared at me in the eyes and drank it, knowing that I had mucked with the tea. So I didn't appreciate the game you were pulling with me that morning.
I was trying to give you a chance. Because even after everyone found out, you still let me drink it.
I didn't let you. You chose to drink it.
No, you asked me to drink it.
It is not my responsibility to stop you from doing things that you know is bad for you. That is not my job. I can lay it in front of you, but it is your decision to make. I am sorry that I deceived you, but you were not deceived when you were staring at me. You were testing me. And that is childish at this point. Because you knew the type of person I would be in a situation where I was going to be in danger. You know the type of person I become. I will do anything to make sure that either I or the people that I love survive. And in that moment, I was the only one. I was told that I was going to be on my own, fighting against all of you. But I have also died for you. Literally. So, I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do to prove that I would do anything for you. And I am sorry that I poisoned you this morning. I hope your stomach is feeling better. I'm not innocent of what happened. I'm just saying you aren't either. And if that hurts your feeling, I am sorry.
No, it just lets me know where we stand.
Well, it's somewhat related, your whole thing, but I feel like we all need to work better as a team, myself included. I was under the impression too that it would be one man standing, not a team, so I thought I was doing right easy by going after the druid. I thought by targeting you, I could have saved easy a little bit. I don't know if I made the right decision, but that's what I was attempting to do.
The rock golem was a good choice. Made my life very difficult, yeah. Good choice.
Yeah.
You are very talented.
Well, thank you. So are you all.
You ate me.
I thought that was quite
Yeah, I
comical.
did.
What?
She ate me. I was in her mouth. My whole body was in her mouth.
I swallowed him.
Oh, you were a frog, right? Yeah.
A really big one.
That's terrifying.
You didn't see it?
I was trying not to die from other means.
Yeah.
I was a bit distracted.
I think maybe tonight, after dinner, we could all sit down and when we're on the same team again, develop a fighting plan, a little bit more of a fighting plan instead of us all just doing our own thing. Again, myself included. I need to have a better role. I need a better understanding of what my role is when we fight. Would you guys be okay if we did that?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm also sorry for goading you to use all of your abilities to cast spells, because I figured I was going to eventually have to fight you all, and I knew for a fact if you didn't have any magic, I could easily kick your ass.
We'll see about that, yeah.
What do you mean, we'll see about
What's
that?
that?
You have a stick that you can't hit anything with.
I have this right here. I look at Galaxis.
Just Galaxus just stares at you.
Exactly.
Alright, what is that? What does that prove?
I don't know. If anything, I think Galaxus likes us more than
Well,
Easy.
I don't know if he likes us, but I definitely
She.
likes us, but she does not like Easy.
I think it's more of a I dislike you. I am relatively uninterested / neutral in the rest of you.
Yes,
And frankly, I don't mind being considered neutral.
that's fair.
Why doesn't she like you?
Because I'm not a bitch.
Are you supposed to be?
That's a very good question.
That's a very good pointed question. I didn't know that I could be half witch. Apparently I am.
How can you only be half witch? Also, what's a witch?
That's a magical being, yeah. Who is your mentor?
Lenora.
Lenora is a
Cleric, right?
cleric?
I think so.
Is she a cleric?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cleric.
It's a cleric type, yeah.
Oh,
So,
children.
yes. So imagine the exact opposite, yeah. Someone who is able to use arcane, but not for healing purposes.
Opposite.
That's just
So-
the best way I can explain it.
I thought that was a wizard.
They hate the gods.
The gods?
Well, you said opposite of a cleric.
Ah. Instead of doing the divine ritual, yeah, depending on the god for magic, the witch uses other magic that's a little more manipulative.
Like from a demon or something.
I don't
What's the
quite know.
opposite of the gods?
I don't quite know. That's a good. Not many people know. I'm not going to act as if I do.
After starting the conversation. Very after saying you did.
But I do like your question, yeah.
Well, that wasn't helpful at all.
Welcome to the Folly.
Very strange lot.
Yes, that is an
Indeed,
accurate
yeah.
statement. Never more accurate than in this moment.
Have you asked Galaxis why she's kind of standoffish with you?
I feel like that's not a conversation to be had amongst a
Well,
group of people.
yeah, I was just asking if you've done that, or
Find common ground, common interests.
you don't have to have the conversation now. That might be a little bit awkward for
A little
all
awkward
of us.
now for all of us, yeah.
Date and a sandwich at least. You know?
I have to earn the trust of the Galaxis. I can't just ask for her trust.
Well, you don't have to ask for a trust. Just why don't you like me? I don't know. Neither here nor there. Just kind of curious.
So,
I might have to meditate on that one, yeah.
Just think it's funny that you're giving dating advice to Easy.
I am experienced now.
Wait, are you dating your half dragon?
Oh,
It's called a pseudo.
Sweet.
It's called a pseudo dragon.
sweet baby bear.
You said dating advice.
Yeah, it was a joke, Bear. It was my attempt at humor to lighten the tense situation that I helped cause. It was trying to lighten the mood.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to make sure. Just a little. I mean, do your own thing, man. But still, all right. Okay. Gonna sit here quietly.
That would be pretty weird.
Indeed, yeah. She can have her relation with other pseudo dragons if she wants.
I don't understand magic enough to be able to have an opinion about that, but that sounds wrong. To the ear, it sounds like
So
that is
they
not
want
the correct.
They want to be familiar
Phrasing.
with other familiars, yeah. That's what they say.
I don't know the lingo.
while this conversation's going on, Stoic gets up and starts to look around. I'd like to try and find like a pot or a vase, or like a pitcher, or like just a larger container.
Oh, I mean, in the tent itself, there's not gonna be any pots. Like, you'd have to try to acquire one. There'd
Or a
be
mop.
like cooking utensils, cooking stuff. But
Something about you, big?
yeah, you might be able to find like a little cauldron, basically, for cooking soup and stuff.
I'm gonna fill it with dirt.
Okay.
You guys want to see an experiment?
Sure. Why not?
By all
And I'm
means.
gonna
I'd
set
love to
the
see
pot
this.
of dirt in the middle, and I'm gonna take my good berry that I did not take. And I'm gonna put it in it, and I'm gonna try and pour the flask, and that makes a seed grow in a day,
Oh.
and see what happens.
So long ago.
How do you use it?
I'm fascinated.
I don't know if it'll work.
Yeah, it's your flask of the green thumb.
In essence, the good berry is a magically created.
It is, but there has to be a good berry bush. Welcome to Goodberry.
Home of the good berry.
Can I take your health points?
Did I not create an item for you? I didn't?
No, it was on the spreadsheet, and I can't find where the spreadsheet is.
I think it's long gone.
Let's see. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't.
You monster. How could you not keep track of the one of 30 million things?
That you created.
I can only keep track of 29 million. That's my problem.
Understandable.
That last million,
absolutely
man.
is
It gets you every time.
Yeah.
Last million
It
gets
absolutely is in there. You just need to add it to your inventory.
Oh.
Basket of green thumb. Thanks.
Okay.
Because I don't remember exactly how it's worded. I just know that it grows once a day. I can use it to.
Yeah, when filled with water and then used to water a mundane seed.
Oh.
All right.
Not
So
a
it doesn't work on magical
Well,
things, which also means your tiger melon wouldn't work either.
only.
what about the seeds from the Vapula from the Feywild? Would that be considered magical or mundane?
Oh, from the Feywild?
Yeah, because it was just a flower. It didn't seem to have any magic.
You'd have to try it and find out.
Okay. Stoic. I have a seed.
Not doing me any favors right now.
It's not for me. It's for you. What?
And what is it?
It's a Vapula. From the one you picked for me in the Feywild.
Oh, the one that we almost died for, yeah.
The bees.
Oh, starts with the bees.
And I will put the seed in the pot. And use the flask since it grow good berries.
Okay. So you put it in there and then take the flask and pour the water over it, and at first nothing seems to happen. But then you watch as there's like a little sprig that grows up out of the dirt and then starts to kind of twist in the air and start to branch out, and eventually these sort of darker green, bluish green leaves start to pop up out of place, and then eventually you see kind of spinning into place little bulbs that eventually then bloom into the dark kind of bluish purple of Vapulas that you saw in the Feywild, but not as big as they were in the Feywild. You see these look more like what you saw growing up, not the overly wild, overly abundant versions
so
that were in the Feywild.
Yeah.
It seems like the Feywild itself was the thing making them different.
Yeah.
And these are just
Yeah, they're kind of like the size of violets, like in real life, or like
Yeah.
in this world, like little small things.
yeah. So you have a small little.
Wow. That's really cool.
At least we know it works.
How much of that do you have? The flask.
I can use it once a day.
Oh, like just over and over again?
We need more seeds.
Indeed. Yeah.
I'm gonna plant a garden. I like it.
Funny. You almost lost your soul over that flower.
I did.
Oh man, if you really go back.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it the pebble that drops that causes the waves? Oh yeah.
I knew I hated the Feywild.
One drop causes it all.
I just slide it over to you.
It's yours.
I don't need flowers. It means flowers to me.
Take it. It'll make more seeds.
It's very pretty.
You can grow stuff like that, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the Vapula? They're from El Raqqa. They grow in an oasis.
Really? Wow. Well, it's very pretty. I didn't think much grew in the desert.
Not much does. It's a very unusual flower.
Well, I do like it.
Would you like it?
Well, I always collect seeds.
We'll just need some seeds back.
All right. And there are multiple flowers on the bush that you grew, so you could give her some and still have.
Yeah, okay, then I'll take let's split in half.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you. She,
And you
puts
just
it
see
in one of
Asura,
her-
like-
one of her little pouches on her belt.
And Asura undoes her braid and redoes it and puts the flowers in her hair while she rebraids her hair.
So as you do that and kind of prepare dinner and all that kind of stuff, she does walk over to you and kind of pull you down to her level, and she's like, "Is she really dead?"
No.
But
Unfortunately.
she said she died.
That's fucking right.
Well, she keeps trying.
Why?
According to her, she sees things, or someone sees her. She's been
So
trying to
she's-
figure that out.
Kind of crazy.
Yes, let's go with that.
Oh. Well then maybe
Gets his butt hurt once.
if she's kind of crazy and wants to die, maybe if she's poisoning her friends, that's just what someone crazy would do. Maybe you shouldn't hold it so against her.
I see why Lorna took you on as a student.
Who's
Or
Lorna?
Lorraine. Damn it, not Lorraine.
Lorna, dude.
Lorna, dude.
Am I close? Lorraine, it's not Lorena.
Lenora.
Lenora. Who's Lorna?
I love her cookies.
Delicious.
But I see why she chose you as a student.
Well, it did sort of make sense. I really like living things, and children's a god of life, so...
Yeah. He is.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad she's not dead.
Can I tell you a secret? I am too.
You're dead?
No. I'm glad she's not. Yeah, I walked her.
Face first.
Apply directly to the forehead.
You wouldn't happen to have any, apple seeds or anything, would you?
Yeah.
You think I could have a few?
Oh, I suppose so. She pulls out 3 apple seeds and gives them to you.
I'm still planning the bank vault all the way back from
What does that do with apples?
Listen, it's part of the plan.
I'm gonna stick the seed in the crack of the safe.
Oh my god. All right, let's do it, man.
Wow.
I'm here.
Eat.
Big Tyson was third.
That was offline.
That was offline,
That
third
was offline.
episode.
Yeah. I'll find them.
Every time we get like new magic and stuff, I'm like, will that get us past some wards? Like,
I guess that's all the things. And
I
that's
mean,
all.
we are like literally saviors of that city. We could just get the money.
That's not the point.
That's not the point.
I think that should be.
I still have a banknote in my goods.
That should be our series finale.
the bank.
Yeah, we just go back
We
and
have
round
to
to the
face
The wrap-up episode is
Yeah.
just us going back to the bank vault.
Yep.
Okay, we're done.
Yeah, get that bank.
God.
That would make a good one shot at least. Like,
That money. Oh man.
If we're not doing anything today, like if like we're just kind of chilling out in the tent, I
At
will.
least through lunch.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
We have shit to do. I'm training.
Yep.
Montage.
We're in a CrossFit club now, so
That's funny.
I didn't sign up for this CrossFit club.
Someone did. Actually.
Someone else signed me up.
you don't find CrossFit. CrossFit finds you.
That's right.
Okay, anything else you want to accomplish at lunch here?
Where do you come from, Cebu, if I may ask? You call home.
Well, I'm from Learendale here. I've been from, sort of in the forest between Highwind and, we ranged to a couple of other places growing up.
So I say that you're probably fighting for your home here, then.
I would, but there's not much of it left.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, we will. Yeah. She just sort of gets quiet.
Oh. Well, we are here to help places like Learendale, so we will try to help rebuild what you've lost as best we can.
Well, they're pretty much all dead, so unless you can bring them back, I don't think that's going to happen.
Then what is it that you seek?
I don't really know. I know Lenora's been really nice to me since I got rescued. And Children's been really good. I guess I'm just trying to figure it out.
That we all are. That we all are. Well, I'm very thankful that you're on our side. Because that rock golem was terrifying. As I'm like still like brushing like rock pebbles off my coat.
Yeah, they can be really mean.
Yeah. Does he have a mind of his own? Do you control him?
Oh, he does what I tell him to as long as I can stay, concentrating on him.
So he can do what he wants if you are to be incapacitated.
Well, yeah, if I lose control, yeah. That's when it gets really mean.
Indeed. I'm glad I wasn't there for that one. You seem mean enough.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all like that. I guess they don't like being controlled.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I need to take a nap after being stoned to death.
Yeah, we haven't got any healing. Like, we're still sitting at what we were.
No. If you remember, Lenora gathered you together and did a big healing for you guys at the end.
Was that to restore us or give us only a certain amount?
Just healing. Just
Okay.
hit points.
I don't remember what you got.
Yeah,
I don't
I popped up to 30.
I don't know. I just kind of put 30 down.
I don't know the exact number.
It was 30 because I went from 0 to 30.
Okay, there you go.
So we'll take a short rest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Are we doing short rest?
Yeah, this would be long enough to be considered that.
And it's +3 for each one. Okay, that's not bad.
All right. So, as you guys take your short rest and finish your lunch, once again, Drail barges in and kidnaps you guys to do your delayed morning's fitness. He does a shortened version since it's sort of a half day, so that he can hand you back to your mentors to then continue your individualized training.
This is all still same day, right?
Yep. And thus, you guys are basically going to continue training for the next while here with your individual mentors. Who wants to go first?
Ooh, we get to choose.
Oh, nice.
Sure.
All right.
I volunteer as tribute.
So, as you continue your training with Shaylara, out of all the over the next few weeks, you discover she, in a way that makes sense, being a servant of the god of war, she takes you out on the most missions and the most action. On a very regular basis, you guys are harassing patrols, like hit and runs, striking at night against people in power who have done various things to deserve it and that sort of thing. But unlike the others, you get the most action out of everybody. And eventually, she does explain a little more of her order. And she explains that, well, my order is the order of the Fire's Edge. We tried to serve as best as we could in the south, in the wars with Al Raqqa. But after the Unified Decree, we eventually realized we couldn't follow our order's principles and serve the people. So we withdrew from the war, and the Crown came after us and wiped out most of us. We had 300 members in Lyrandil, spread out throughout Lyrandil before, and now there's less than 20. But there was a time when 30 men killed 500 Crown soldiers in the final defense of our temple. There were some glorious stories that came from that time. So our orders made a pact of vengeance against King Morthag, General Cray, the Ruby Judge, and any other that were responsible for the murder of our order. And she actually unstraps a portion of the sheath of armor on her arm and rolls back the sleeve to show a cut, kind of representing that oath. I will have each of their herds all meet Morin with a sword raised in the effort. The Crown, you have to understand, the Crown is everything we hate. They control everything. They feed everyone so no one learns how to feed themselves. They control money so you never have to learn how to be wise or shrewd with it. They tell you your identity is with the people, so you can never own yourself. If everyone's just part of the collective, you can't stand on your own 2 feet. And they want to keep everyone weak so that they're easy control. They suppress strength, they don't build it. And that's worth nothing but a sword. But we all know the Silver Flame. We all know, we've all heard the tales of the hands of the gods coming down in wrath on the corrupt. And is that why you're here?
Part of it. We have a larger mission, but they do fit the bill of a target, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, you won't find much of my order left to investigate, but I guarantee you'll find plenty of corruption here. Mark my words, if there's a priest or cleric still serving in public, it's because they preach the people as a god. Or the gods are just some sort of vague idea in service to the people. They make the gods nothing more than vague ideals. They're just sort of figments of the imagination, nice ideas that feed directly into their propaganda. The greatest beings in the universe relegated to mere fancies. She like spits on the ground. As far as I can tell, that's just asking for wrath and vengeance.
I can respect that. I understand why you would want vengeance.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it definitely makes me more in favor of this rebellion. Didn't even think about the puppet clerics and puppet other paladins being used by the people. Would you ever rebuild Fire's Edge?
Absolutely.
What happened to the 20 of you guys? Where'd they all go?
Well, some of them, don't rightly know all of them. Some of them, I think, still continue to fight. Some of them, I think a couple of them took up with Goliath in the north just to have an excuse to fight against the crown. And to be honest, I don't rightly know.
That's curious. So not many of them joined the rebellion with you?
3 of them did with me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
They're dead.
My apologies.
They died for the right cause in a good way. Nothing to be sorry for in that. Death itself's not a horrible thing if you die the right way for the right thing.
Agreed.
Let me ask you this: you've dedicated your life to judging us. What makes you so different than any of the people you judge?
I don't know. I feel like there's a line. If you cross it, then there is judgment to come. I can't tell you what that line is. It's kind of different for everybody. But as long as I stay on one side of the line, I can hand out the punishments.
The line's different for everyone, yet you're going to judge them on it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you know where the line is. Like, you would know, the king, what's his name?
Morthag.
Morthag. You know Morthag has crossed the line.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's pretty obvious. It's not a very, like... If it's hard to tell, then sure. I don't need to go in and attack them, but... In cases like Morthag and the Ruby Judge, they've crossed the line. We know.
And you wouldn't cross that line.
I mean, I try not to.
What's that mean?
I don't want to cross that line.
And you wouldn't?
I don't know. I hope I don't.
That's weak.
Why do you say that?
Are you familiar with the term holier than thou?
Once or twice.
Why do people hate that phrase?
Why do they hate that?
Is there anything wrong with wanting to be holy?
No.
So why do we hate it?
I don't know.
It's the arrogance. It's the attitude that you're better. That you're somehow above all that imperfection and sin and hypocrisy. I've seen some of these other orders that, they talk about trying to be positive and trying to focus on the positive and all that. And they talk about humility as though you could be humble without realizing what a festering piece of dung you are. Saying, vague things like no one is perfect, but never talking about imperfections in themselves. And if you try, they tell you not to get down on yourself. It's a load. Humility is not possible without realizing your weaknesses, your dark side. So realizing your capability for doing evil. What do you think you are capable of if you're driven to it? What would anger you enough? What would cause enough despair? Cause enough pain? Enough loneliness? Enough injustice to drive you to do something truly evil?
If I could save the ones that I care deepest for, I don't know how far I would go to stop that.
Listen, if you can't face your own capability for evil, then you can't own it. You can't stop it. You can't face something, you can't stop something you can't face. And then you are the right picture of holier than thou. The arrogant prick who thinks he's better because he won't smell his own leavings. And how are you going to judge anyone if you don't first know yourself?
What do you suggest then?
I suggest you spend some time facing that, asking yourself some of those questions, asking yourself truly what you're capable of, those questions you're afraid to ask of yourself, that you shy away from thinking, no, I'm better than that. Because you've got to realize you're no better than anyone else here who's capable of doing anything truly bad. In truth, I'm no better than the Ruby Judge or any of them. I'm just as bad or just as capable of being bad, but I choose not to. That's the difference. But I am capable of it. I could slaughter quite a few people if I set my mind to it.
I believe it.
What are you capable of doing if you were pushed to it? You need to know that side of yourself because you have to own it, because someday you're going to be tested to that point. Someday something is going to push you so hard and so far that that monster inside of you will come up and consume you because you never tamed it.
Do you feel like you've tamed your monster?
I think I've gone quite a ways in that. I don't think you ever finish. It's always a battle. That's the war within yourself. That's what people don't understand about Malcurian, is that he's just as much about the war within as he is without. That's the war within. You have to win that war before you can have any chance of becoming someone great or doing anything great outside.
hear you. I just don't know where to start. I know how to train physically, but don't really train mentally.
Well, we can get there. If you're willing.
I'd like to try, at least.
She takes you out again to more battles, and she continues to train you to how to examine yourself, how to look in and ask those difficult questions. And she continues to ask difficult questions, going into specific scenarios of like, would you be willing to do this if that, and all kinds of things like that. And you know, really delving into even uncomfortable things of like things you think are just passing thoughts, and like, you know, that everybody has those kind of thoughts of like, you know, what if I killed these people or whatever, you know, just things like that. And what do they reveal? And really digging at your heart and kind of showing, you know, that she really is a believer that basically nobody's better than anyone else. And that it is all about our choices that make the difference. And that a warrior's path is about embracing that dark side. She talks about it as being whole, the whole warrior. As understanding your capacity for evil, but, and in a sense, being the monster, but taming it and choosing it and harnessing it for good. And she spends a lot of time with emotions you've kind of avoided for most of your life.
Yeah.
She spends a lot of time digging at your anger and its shame and fear. She asks you pointed questions like, why weren't you on the hunt where your father and your brothers got killed?
Why does it matter to you?
Oh, it doesn't. What does it matter to you?
Everything. I don't know why I wasn't there. I should have been. Why do you want to know now? It happened, okay? I didn't go, alright, and they died. I don't know why. Something about looking after my mother at the time. I don't really remember. Just one of those things you decide. Like, oh, they're going hunting. Someone's got to look after the sisters and the mother. Sure, I'm the oldest. I can handle that.
Was that the wrong decision?
Of course it was.
Was it?
If I had been there, I probably could have stopped it.
Could you?
I stopped it later. I found him later.
After you got your training, right?
Well, with help from other paladins, but yeah.
Were all those paladins and all that training present when you could have gone on that hunt?
No. I could have been with him at least. Could have, I don't know, I could have stopped it. I could have been with them. Then Mayor and Tara and the rest of them be alone. So I don't know. All right, I don't know why I didn't go. Just I didn't.
You gotta understand, I don't care whether you went or not. I don't care why you did or not, but you do. And that's something you gotta face. Because it's eating up a portion of your heart inside, and you're not facing it. You gotta own this. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was something noble about being the one to stay behind. Maybe there would have been something noble about dying with the people you love. I won't deny you that, if that's the truth.
What do I do when I dig deep and I find out that I did make a mistake? How do I live with that, knowing that I caused their death or I couldn't have died with them?
expect? You expect yourself to be perfect.
Not perfect, just keep people alive.
I got news for you. Death is a part of life.
I know.
Death is everywhere. You could have kept them alive and then they tripped over a rock and cracked their head and died. I won't deny you the nobility of wanting to protect. That's good. That's what a warrior does. But some vague idea that you should have been able to see the future, that you should have been able to make no mistakes, it's bullocks. What if it was a mistake? How do you live with that? By embracing the fact that you're not perfect. That you can make a mistake. Thinking that being guilty because you made a mistake, that's holier than thou. That's arrogance. It's thinking you're somehow better and you should have been better. Absolute feces.
I mean, I'm having a hard time putting the words, but I'm definitely getting frustrated.
Good. Quit running from it. You feel it. It's there. It's festering. Face it and feel it. Figure it out. Quit trying to deny it and act like it's not there. That you're somehow better, that you're peaceful and calm, some Zen monk or something. Leave that to them.
Can we hit something?
Yes. We're going to say this is happening as you guys are on your way out again. And eventually you do find another patrol that you attack. And right as you're about to kind of ambush them and pounce on them, she's like, if you're ready to become whole, pray. And she draws her sword, like the gigantic sword from her back, and pounces,
Okay.
dashing out. And as you guys start to fight and start to clash, you just hear her shouting between swings, as she's just like, "Pray, pray with your sword. Tell Malkurian you're ready to become a true warrior. That you're finally ready to face yourself."
Pull out the sword. Like I'm fighting, and I just kind of look at it. Like she says that, and it's not a perfect mirror, but I look at the blade, the flat side of the blade, and if I can or I can't see myself, I'll say I can. I just look at it for a second, look up at the moon, and just like in my head, like,
Yildris, you're not Malkurian. I get that, but let's do it. Guide me. Guide my blade. Guide my heart.
like as I'm just swinging, just like
Guide my vengeance. Guide my journey.
like just go like through a mantra, I guess. I'll figure it out as I go along. Like guide my heart, guide my blade, guide my vengeance, guide my journey.
Okay. Through the burning of muscle, the sweat, and the metallic scent of blood being splashed about, as you swing about and start letting out this rage, and the flashes of your father's face and your brother's faces and your family and the rest of your tribe after it happened, and even flashes of everything that's happened since then. You start to feel that kind of cold breeze again, and then it's almost like it steps aside, voluntarily steps aside for the presence of a burning fire. fueling your muscles, fueling your heart, just erupting out of your chest and surging into your muscles as you start swiping into these soldiers with renewed vigor, just letting out all of this frustration and anger that's been festering for years. The shame that you felt, the guilt that you haven't processed, the anger and the vengeance and resentment and all kinds of other emotions.
I will say, as we go through this, as we do the training, whenever if we start a battle and I realize that I'm not very angry at these guys, they're just doing their job, and then I remember, no. So then whoever the first guy is, I picture as the ugliest, slobber dribbling off blood, just scarred, the ugliest orc I can imagine, and just put that face on him, and then I focus on that. But these are the first ones. Don't worry about it.
And as you do, your nostrils are filled with the stench of the wagons of humans that you rescued before, and it's not hard to to see these as targets of your vengeance for this wrongdoing. Just feeling this injustice, this need for vengeance to be done upon these people for such vile acts. And you feel this fire, and you feel this power from this fire start to emanate out from you. And you can feel it kind of going out from you, and you can even see out of the corner of your eye, you see Shaylara's sword seem to catch some of it and start shining with this fire that's emanating out from you as she slashes into her enemies.
Interesting. Okay.
And before you know it, it's over. You both stand panting in a pool of bodies and blood. As she holds her enormous greatsword, and she kind of wipes some blood from her lip as she's
just nod, that was good. That felt good.
That's better. And you guys head back.
All right.
Who's next?
Thanks for volunteering, Chris.
Huh?
It's all you do.
Mm-hmm. So you return to continue your weeks of training with Calidris, the older female high elf of precision and power and knowledge. As she continues working you through an exhausting pace of practice, study, self-examination, and discipline. Just continually practicing the spells until you feel like your fingers cramp up by the end of the day, and you just, where the spells almost, like words that almost don't mean anything because you've said them over and over and over. And she pushes you past that point and more until it's just muscle memory. And all the while she's asking prodding questions, trying to get you to think, not letting your mind rest in this time. Asking you questions like, you say you want to learn the universe, the secrets of the universe.
Yeah.
And what have you learned thus far?
I've learned that there is a lot of good, but there's also terrible evil as well.
Oh yes, there's good and there's evil. It's quite a revelation of genius you've had there. Let me call a scribe to write down the words of wisdom here.
My mind hurts.
Oh, do you think the world is going to wait for you to recover?
It never
Your
does.
mind must always be ready to work. You have been on quite the journey, as I understand it, with your little group.
Yeah.
What have you learned about the universe thus far?
That not only is it strong, but those that are able to recognize their weaknesses can make a difference.
And what implications does this have on your own life?
That I think that I have the ability to save or do things to help another person, but in reality I am weak. I can't do all the things that I need to do. I don't know how to change that in particular, besides learning from someone else. But all I can do is see that I can apply myself, and if it has to, lay down as my own life if I have to, if it has to be done. But I know that's other ways around that, but I don't know how. That's my weakness.
And what use have you made of this knowledge so far?
That good pipe would be really good right now. It's a little bit, just one puff. As a respite. Maybe?
No.
Okay. I wasn't an ale or a vine. No.
Substances will not save you.
Then why do we have substances for a spell? Then, if not a substance aids the body and the mind. Huh?
Don't waste your time on such childish arguments with me. Such things are distractions, and they cloud the mind. They do not help it. They do not clarify anything. They are escapist. That is the gift and the curse of those with knowledge, is to face that knowledge, not escape from it. You cannot use anything you are escaping from.
What do you think the people in the Feywild do then? Are they living a purposeful life, in your opinion?
Are you truly going to use fairies and the Fae as an argument for purpose?
Is that part of this universe?
Their purpose is to have no purpose. Is that your purpose? Do you want to while your days away in the Feywild? Do you want to spend your days deceiving people and leading them perhaps to their death just for a little bit of your fun?
That is not my aim, no. But it seems like they're joyful, yeah? Not to deceive others, but the ones that are there for a purpose of peace, yeah. Seems nice in some ways.
And is happiness your goal?
Not necessarily, no.
Good. That is a foolish goal. Happiness can be taken away with just a word, just a gesture. The wrong person walking in at the wrong time, and your happiness is gone. It's a foolish goal. It's ethereal. It comes and goes.
You're not wrong.
Do you tell in the course of these weeks? Let me ask you. Do you tell her about you guys' adventures? Do you tell her?
Yeah,
about,
I'll do that. Yeah,
Right.
I feel safe enough to trust her in that.
So then,
More like boast.
Yes, that too.
Oh, yeah.
Let's to be honest.
Every victory was Easy's victory. We were just the.
Indeed.
You're the
Yeah,
pawns.
yeah.
Redo the play, but you're the lead character.
Every time. I did a fireball and I win. Yeah, it's great. Did I tell you about killing 50 zombies? Yeah, that was one fireball.
You have been to all these fantastical places, met these great beings that many would kill to meet, and yet you can barely convey anything that you've learned or what you've done with that knowledge since. What I would kill to have been able to walk through the glade of knowledge, or to see the infinite library of the Angel of Secrets. Do you know how many of us would die for that privilege? What a waste. Now, why do you think we have magic at all? Why does it exist? Do you know your history?
What easy know that?
Roll a history check.
Roll a history check.
Maybe.
All right.
Was that first period?
That was first period. Let's see if I slept through that class.
The history of magic.
Just ADM class, man.
Yeah. Yeah, history, magic, and the higher ground.
At least it wasn't ballet.
Well, that was possibly one of the worst rolls besides a 1. But it's plus 11, so it's a 14. No, 13. It's a 13. I'm an expert in history, apparently. So I'm like, I should know, but a 13's not very good.
In reality, so at the Tower of Knowledge, the topic was a little bit controversial. There were differing opinions.
Gotcha.
Which you convey, and she is appropriately disgusted by. This tower is falling every century. Are you familiar with the Age of Dragons?
35.
After the Great Divide, when all the creatures were divided, the dragons soon came to power as not much else could be done about it at the time. Dragons are incredibly powerful creatures.
Yeah.
And there was one who decided to disrupt that status quo, a certain god with a propensity for disruption. Can you imagine which one? This shouldn't be hard.
I'm not as familiar with the gods.
Ah, yes. For one who wants to know the secrets of the universe, what possible relevance could the beings who rule it have? Which god do you think would be most likely to create the opportunity for disruption to a set order?
Warden?
No. Gods, I'm disappointed. Ixie. You already know that she's the one who disrupted the order of the devils, and then she was the one who decided to disrupt things, because no one would ever. The universe probably wouldn't change very much as long as things stayed the way they were. So Ixie gave us the gift of magic. First to sorcerers, as inborn power. Then clerics, who asked the gods for such power in order to serve. Then warlocks, who figured they could get power from other powerful beings. And finally, wizards, who discovered that they could study it. And man was able to devise their own power by tapping into this magic. And then, of course, druids and all the rest. Bards and all the stranger forms of magic.
Yeah, bards are dumb.
Magic is like any tool. It can be used for terrible things, but it was given to us to guard our freedom. You have to understand, I do not train hoarders of knowledge. You have to understand, too, I do not look with disdain on your silliness or your humor or anything of that sort. They do not bother me in the slightest, but I will not train the apathetic. I will not train those who acquire knowledge and do nothing with it. Your spell books you have not fully studied. A witch's familiar, a truly unique gift that you've put zero effort into figuring out. And who knows what else that you are hiding in your bags or in that head of yours that you've not taken advantage of. Knowledge is useless without being used. And the secrets of the universe are known to someone out there right now. But what use has it been to you? What use would it be to others if you were to acquire them? I can assure you, I would give you nothing if I did not believe that you would use it for the right reasons. And secrets that would go... Secrets, if I did not know, they would not go to waste. So what secrets have you been given that you've wasted thus far?
Quite a lot. Yeah, but the witch is familiar for sure. I do not understand yet.
It is not the difficulty of the mystery, it is not the time that it takes to solve it, but the effort that matters. If you have mysteries in your life that you're putting zero effort in to solve, there's no excuse for that. None. And you notice, throughout your training, you also notice her coughing quite a bit. You notice her... It's not just me.
It's all part of the game.
Gotcha. It's all part of the game.
Listen, that
Okay.
method acting went too
Do
far.
I recognize anything, like, off with her when she does cough?
Roll a medicine check.
Okay. Alright, that might be something. Is that wisdom? It is wisdom based. That's a flat 14.
Okay. I'd say you know enough to know there's something wrong with her physically.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
not
Didn't
sure.
see like any blood or anything when she was coughing or
Not yet.
Okay.
no.
Okay. Not yet. Oh god. She's dying. But I do wish to share my knowledge with others. I feel like I have lived a lot, yeah, and had amazing encounters, yeah, with many powerful beings in this lifetime. Does that mean I should go and find an apprentice? Smaller version of me.
I think you're not quite to that part yet.
Okay.
I think you have a lot to learn yourself first.
I thought that was the answer. But I do want to put in the effort. I do not deny that I get overwhelmed by the possibility of the things that I need to apply myself to, because there's a fear of failure. Myself, as those around me. But I think you're right. It's not a good enough excuse. It's a weak excuse.
If you fear failure, then you're not making any sense.
So I have not pursued my secrets as much as I have.
That is what doesn't make any sense. If you try, for example, with this pseudo-dragon here, there is a chance you will fail. I don't know what that chance is, but it's a certain percentage of chance that you will fail. But do you know what guarantees 100% chance of failure? Not trying.
Ah,
You miss every shot you don't take.
That is the only way to guarantee failure.
that's true.
If you fear failure, then you should be trying your heart out. It's the only way to increase your chances of success.
That's a valid reason, yeah. You're right.
I know.
Galaxis? Why here?
Say, why is she here?
Why here?
There's a long pause, and you hear her say, I was given to you.
Were you told why?
I'm to help you with certain things if you earn it.
How may I earn your trust?
She just sort of regards you in silence for a long time. Her eyes, like little starry eyes, narrowed. And this elf is not wrong. Like I told you before, you're a waste. You have the capacity for great change, and you do nothing with it. I can't help someone who doesn't know who they are, who isn't who they are. So change things. And then she falls silent.
That's all telepathically, right? Or is she
No,
verbally
she's
say that?
verbally. She's still verbally.
Huh? I seek to make a change. And I'll let her know that the mission that we're on. Ooh. I'll trust her with that.
Oh. You tell her about,
Jesus.
tell her about the Eldrin and...
Yeah. I said that's my mission for change. How does she react?
That is quite interesting indeed. And all the more reason for you to practice. All the harder. Gods know if the universe hangs that balance on your lack of discipline.
I'm ready.
There are many, many curious things about your little group.
Indeed.
While I am not a mystic or I don't enjoy speaking in vagaries, it does seem like there is some sort of purpose, or many purposes, behind your group's little journey and being brought together. And it's no coincidence that you would end up as an Eldrin. If that's the case.
It's true.
As I said, all the more reason for you to put your all into this and do your part of whatever that purpose is. And if it fails, if the Eldrin fail their purpose, you need to make sure it's not because of you. Now, that seems like a purpose worth pursuing.
Yeah.
of shape.
I am.
Smoker's lawn.
His brain hurts. His brain hurts. His body hurts. His voice
Right.
hurts. Everything hurts.
In that case, let's try something a bit more difficult. And she then begins.
Staff. Well, my staff. The staff like goes under my arm.
Play
I'm like
dodgeball.
leaning on it.
If you could.
Dodge magic.
She then opens her spell book
Oh shit.
and begins slowly, and it takes a long time, but slowly starting to explain and work through more advanced magic. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right.
The emotion will be beating in a little while.
It's coming.
I mean,
So, after finishing with Drail for that fitness after lunch, and he drops you and Cebu back off to
Lenora.
Lenora.
Nice.
Laura,
There you go.
she has Laura Dunes in Lenora's pocket.
No, that's the
That's all.
Hello, Stoic. Were you able to discuss the battle? And
No, we unfortunately had a little pre-battle business we had to hash out.
I see. Well, I hope it's all resolved.
As well as it can be for today.
All right. Well, we'll be able to take your mind off of it. We've got some work to do.
More waterfall training.
Not today. And she takes you over as she says that, like, you see kind of off in the distance, you can see a group of rebels arriving into the camp, and she leads you over, and you see it's apparently a group who are returning from a mission, and there are quite a few battered and bruised and bleeding, and some of them very seriously injured, and you see, she kind of takes a look and gives you a meaningful look and says, well, I suppose we should get started. And you watch as she begins treating them, and you watch as she makes conversation with people and just seems to know, like, take an individual interest in each of the people she treats. And you just see her talking and saying things like, this doesn't seem like a war injury. Have you been keeping your foot out of the stirrups again? And, the boy that who's like looks like an older, little more than an older teen, is just like, I told you they make me feel like my feet are tied down. She says, well, perhaps your feet need to be tied down. Next time it might mess up that handsome face of yours. I better not see this sort of injury again. And do you understand? And he's just like, yes, ma'am. And you're going to wait for the night heal just so that you have some time to think about it. And she explains to you later that basically your instructions are to go around and take care of the most seriously injured with whatever healing or comfort you can offer. And that anything that is not imminently life-threatening is usually left, and she does some healing at the end of the night, because they don't know what's going to happen throughout the day or anybody else who's coming, so you have to conserve what magic you have to offer. And so she sort of prioritizes and triages the injuries. You see Cebu kind of going around healing a little bit and giving good berries to people. And she periodically kind of comes over and instructs you in basic field medicine, how to wrap and disinfect wounds, like sewing wounds closed, resetting broken bones, things of that nature. Explaining that you don't always have magic to rely on. As they wrap up, a soldier, one of the rebels, shows her a pile of like clothing and sheets and whatnot, and that they've recovered. And she thanks him and leads you and Cebu over to a little out of the way spot, and sit down and near a stream nearby, and start washing. And just the three of you start washing him and start ripping him, and she explains how to tear them and make bandages. And you see Cebu is actually surprisingly quick with a needle. She's actually very dexterous with her fingers, making kind of quick work of them. And as you guys have a moment of kind of quiet as you're making these bandages, she says, "So how do you feel right now?"
I mean, I feel okay, I guess. It's a little mixed emotion. Hard wishes that I would have had someone like you to teach me this when I had first lost my powers of healing. I mean, I would have felt like more of a help to my team, because for a while there, I was very helpless.
Is losing your powers part of the story of someone? You said you owe someone something?
I do.
Would you be willing to tell me that story? Cebu's like, I like stories.
I'm not going to do it now verbatim, but I do tell her the story of... I don't tell her why I gave up children, but I tell her that... Well, I tell her that I had no choice and made a deal to save my friends. But I don't go into all the doubts about children before that. And about the deal that I made, and that the only way that I got out of it was through Arcthurian. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And the sacrifice that he made. But then I had no idea that that was going to be the cost. Mm-hmm. And now I'm just trying to find ways in this world to repay and show the kindness that he gave to me.
Oh, that's quite a journey.
Yeah.
And escaping a powerful devil's contract, that's rare indeed. Why do you think you did it?
I ask myself that every day. I really don't know. I think in some ways he saw something of himself in me. He seemed to be one quite used to torturing himself.
And you said he asked children for permission first. Why do you think children gave it?
I would assume it was because Arcthurian was life incarnate as well. I mean, he was a good soul and a good soldier. Why would children deny him his wish?
That's a good question. Do you think it was only about Arcthurian?
No. I do think Chaldron has plans for me. In some way.
How do you feel about that?
I'm not mad about it, but I still don't know if I'm fully ready to accept it.
Why?
Because why have plans for me and not for the ones that die in his name? Like, why have plans for any of us if only some of us get to live? I mean, is the suffering that I've seen so many of my friends go through part of that plan as well?
Do you think it's not?
I'm worried it is. If that is part of the plan, I don't know how that sits with me.
Did any of the angels that you encountered in the Celestarium have anything to say about it?
Vaguely, in their own ways. They don't quite speak as plainly as you and I.
That's true. Well, I think suffering is absolutely a part of life. I suppose it's a consequence of being able to choose. If you give someone the option to do something, some of them will choose not to. It's the nature of choice. And if you choose bad things happen.
You sound like some of the angels.
Well, I suppose I've been a cleric for a long time. But it also makes sense to me that if there is suffering in life, that Chaldron is the god of life. So it would make sense that he would be able to take it and use it for good. And death is a part of life. Morn and Chaldron are far from enemies.
You're right. I know we have choice. All of us. And it's thanks to them. I just wish that they weren't placing the pieces on the board as much as they are.
So you would do things differently.
No. Well, maybe. It's just hard to grasp with that. You know, they give us choice, but they rig the game to where we don't have much of one when we hit that point. It's kind of, where's the line? Like, either we have choice and you don't intervene at all, or you intervene sometimes, but that makes choice irrelevant. So, why sometimes intervene? Why grant Arcthurian
the ability to break my contract, but not save Bear's family. Whose choice was that? It's just, it's more than I can understand. And I guess that's where faith comes in. And I am trying to have some.
Such grand questions about very complicated things.
That's why, for Arthurians, or for his sake, I just want to try and make the small choices and help where I can, who I can. Because I think in the end, that's all I really can do.
You know, I've been a cleric for many, many, many years. I used to spend a lot of time wrestling with those kinds of questions and lofty ideas and things of that nature. It's not that they're not worth pursuing. Why do you think we're sitting here doing this?
Because people need our help.
Yeah? I don't know. I think I've found that a lot of our order sort of get lost in intellectualism and get lost in, well, arrogance, honestly. I think that for most people, there's really only 4 or 5 times where you actually make a choice or do something that really, really matters. There's only a handful of times. Sometimes some people do more, but the other 99% of life is getting up in the morning, cooking breakfast, eating, maybe exercising if you're here. You know, feeding your horses and reshoeing them and repairing clothing and farming or smithing or cobbling or whatever your profession is. It's talking to your friends and neighbors. It's helping them and being helped. It's getting sick and taking care of the sick around you. It's the mundane. That's what most of life is. And I've had a lot better luck finding children in the small things than I have in the big, lofty ideals and intellectual conversations.
And hopefully I can have a life that'll allow me to do that. But of the last year or so, the mundane has not been very evident.
Or perhaps the mundane is just overshadowed by an increased frequency of important things. Because in between all those important decisions or battles are long horse rides, long watches and camping and talking and cooking and hunting and normal life for a traveler.
I could learn to enjoy those a little more. I find myself often thinking about the next big thing and distracted from the littles.
It's very understandable. But like I said, I've had a lot more luck finding children in those small things. It's not that he doesn't care about the big things, but I think the small things help you overcome yourself. Because you are flawed, and just like we all are. You know, it takes humility, to be honest. You know, not degrading, not inflating, but just honest. And I think Chaldron values you, not some inflated overvaluation of you, and not some degraded version of you, just you. And I think looking at the small things and quieting yourself and just kind of being present in mundane life helps you understand how to see yourself as he does, as what you truly are.
Maybe I can learn to see myself like that a little more often.
I think so. Why'd you hand me that sheet? She
Cebu sleeping yet?
no, surprisingly during this work she's diligent. Like she's you notice with that kind of thing she's actually pretty good at it. Like she's very quick and nimble with her hands. It's the meditation thing has been hard for her. And you see this kind of go on for weeks as Lenora continues to bring you guys into what seems to be her part of the camp, which involves caring for the sick and the injured, making rounds to check on the health of people, sometimes cooking and cleaning, and involving you in cooking and cleaning, making arrangements for things that are needed, listening to people when they're troubled. Like you see people coming and talking to her about stuff, you know, like listening to sometimes moral wrestling or even despair with the things that are happening in the country and the rebellion, even just social problems within the camp. You just see basically a spiritual caregiver of sorts. And she continues to have you meditate, continues to get you to be still and listen. And not once does she teach you anything about combat or magic. She doesn't take you, she's the polar opposite of Bear's teacher, where she doesn't take you on any missions or practice like in any of the intense ways that everybody else is. She just continues to talk with you and ask questions, and continues to have you do all these sort of mundane, small tasks serving the camp. And about 3 weeks in, as you guys are washing dishes after a meal, she says, "Would you tell me about your parents?"
Yeah, I didn't really have any. I was dropped off as an orphan at the Temple of Children, which is where I grew up. I learned on the night we were raided by vampires, and an old priest who was very nice to me ended up getting gravely injured, and turns out he was my dad, and he was too ashamed of having been with an orphan And so he just kind of watched over me, I guess. I haven't met my mother. I've learned her name. Which I haven't read enough to recall, but I will tell her what her name is. Because I know it somewhere. Stoic knows it.
And what was your father's name?
Gotta look it up. To my backstory. I don't talk about it very much. But I will tell her. I will tell her the name. It's like right on the tip of my tongue too. It's not Alexander. His name was Julian. Julian?
Sebastian.
Sebastian, thank you. I'll go with this one.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Yeah. But yeah.
Sebastian Songsteel.
Yes.
I think I met him once. I believe he performed at a service when I visited the Northern Temple. Quite a soulful voice, if I remember.
Yeah, he liked to sing a lot. He used to calm me. I may have gotten his good looks, but I did not get his voice.
So he did care for you, even if he was afraid.
He did. He did look out for me. He was, matter of fact, the only one that was nice to me in that temple. I mean, I was strange, and I was young. Both of which are not very welcome to men of study, even godly ones.
Lost in arrogance. I'm sorry. That's not a good representation of what children is.
No, but growing up that way had its benefits too. I mean, I don't think I'd be alive still if I hadn't learned to go through the ordeals that I did as a child.
Purpose and suffering.
I see what you did.
I was waiting for it.
Damn it.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah. Purpose and suffering.
Yeah, she sort of falls quiet, and you guys continue working, and
Lets me sit with that one.
and you notice she asks these gentle questions, but never like pushes you like too far. Never, you know, she's just a very wise kind of gentle prod every now and then. Very gently kind of getting you to think in these ways, just like with this sort of effortless hand sometimes that just you almost don't see coming. And you know, and eventually one of the things that's interesting though is you know, as you struggle at first with the meditation thing, but she's insisted that you keep doing it. And she didn't even really address it as a question. She's just like, no, we're gonna do it. You know, just continues on like, now it's time for meditation. And you know, it's hard, but eventually, as you continue to practice it and continue to do it, eventually you do slowly begin to learn how to kind of relax into it, like learning how to let yourself go and you know, kind of letting your thoughts and emotions and imagination and prayers and everything sort of become one thing.
I have a mind palace.
And you find, surprisingly, there is a serenity to it. There's a peace, a sort of wholeness, a sense of wholeness to being present in the moment, kind of absorbing the life around you. And eventually, after a few weeks, you start to get this sense when you start getting into these headspaces, like you're brushing against something, like a presence, but it almost feels almost like an ocean or something of that nature, like you're brushing against the surface of something very deep, maybe even scary, but and mysterious, but very deep. What do you do?
Kind of lean into it. Like,
All right.
Duh.
Close it off.
yeah.
Get my floaties and jump on in.
As you start to experience this over a few days, you eventually kind of feel like you're at this point where you're at the surface here, and just sort of let yourself go and dive into this presence that you're feeling. And you suddenly see a collage of images and scenes. You see memories of your father. You see memories of the priests who mostly ignored you, as if you were just some sort of annoyance rather than a person. And some of the more cruel priests, like Alabaster, who probably hated you the most and were more direct with their cruelty and insults, giving you tasks that you could never accomplish to their satisfaction, no matter how hard you tried. You feel the sharp pangs of being made to feel like some sort of monster by the other initiates, of wishing, you know, those moments in secret where you were just wishing that children would turn you into a human so that you could fit in with these people. And you hear this almost like in the midst of all this, you almost, as you're feeling that particular feeling, you almost hear this whisper, almost barely audible in your mind, saying, it's not good to fit in with the wrong people. And you see some of these initiates graduating while you watch on the sidelines. Never good enough, never accepted enough, never behaved enough. You don't really know what it is, but you're just not enough to earn their approval and move forward with your own training and acceptance and ordination. And you see the nightmare of being woken up by the sound of grown men screeching in pain. The frantic running, the absolute chaos of violence as you stumble out into the courtyard and see the tall, dark figure of something or someone holding one of the priests up by the neck, whispering something you can't quite hear, and then watching in horror as they bring the priest in and bite into their neck, blood splattering all over the place as it rips their neck out. You see you watch with this feeling of helplessness as these people die around you. This flashes of divine magic losing slowly to these strange creatures and dark magic. You know, wishing, you know, and sometimes even just plain old swords, and feeling this flash of anger that you can't do anything as you watch these people who refuse to give you that power die. And you see Sebastian on his deathbed, explaining how he was taken as a slave by orcs, but eventually winning over your mother and helping him escape. You remember watching him die again, helpless, like you just didn't have enough to save him. And everyone who had the power is now dead. The same people who refused to give you that power. You see flashes of fighting a monster in the swamp with new friends. You see trying to figure out fey creatures' behavior and not been able to quite pin it down. You see the terror, the feeling of a dragon walking out of the mist in front of you. You see Kiri's acid-splashed face as she turns towards you at the hands of a psychopath. You see Ranmon and his plot foiled but still almost losing Valen in the process. You see the masked face of Belladonna putting on a twisted show of violence, and Lopi's broken heart at being unable to save her friend. You feel foolish again, knowing that you should have suspected Greenwood, feeling a bit bad for not trusting Inthras. You feel mixed feelings about Hadressa. You see your actions in the Shadowfell, and your decision, and the secret shame that you enjoyed the idea of such power. After all, you would never be enough, no matter what you did, so you might as well enjoy what you can get, right? And you see yourself turning on Sithras. The change in his demeanor from a Fae struggling with the possibility of being good against his nature to being hurt and burned and turning away from that path because of you. You see Briar, who you weren't careful enough to save. And then you see Arcthurian. And him making that decision despite all of this. And again that whisper saying, "You are already enough." And then you open your eyes, sitting again before the small waterfalls of a babbling brook, again in the forest, next to a sleeping Cebu.
Well, I'm pretty sure he would have woke up weeping too. Yeah. He doesn't speak. He just thinks for a long time.
Lenora eventually, who's nearby, usually with these meditations, either meditating herself or doing other small tasks. After a bit, giving you some time, just walks over and just kind of leans over and kisses the top of your head. And doesn't say anything. Who's next?
I'll go ahead and take it.
All right. Actually, this is a good chance. Let's go ahead and take a break. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break and then come back to continue on. And my
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Whoop-a.
Oh, pre-show jitters.
one moment. All right. Be right back.
Emotional damage.
Hello, welcome back. Hope you had a good break.
That was the comeback. We're back.
Speaking of which, one thing I forgot to mention for you, over the course of your training, you do notice that Cebu is particularly hedgy about details of how she came into the rebellion and things like that. She's made some comments about being rescued and stuff like that, and Lenora does tell you that she was actually in one of the renewal camps. But don't get much more detail than that, as Lenora kind of thinks it's her story to tell, and Cebu's pretty hedgy about going into details about stuff, so she just seems to want to kind of forget it. And
Yep.
As I said, she's hedgy because she's a druid. I did it, you guys.
Trauma pun.
Trauma pun. Listen, if anyone's gonna get a trauma pun out of here, it's me.
plant-based puns really grow on you. All right. So, you said you're next, right?
Yep, let's do it.
All right. So you continue your training with Alcon, the monk of the Shadow Dragon. And he continues to put you through a very punishing, rigorous pace of training. And he starts to relay some of the principles that the Shadow Dragons adhere to. And he starts teaching you things like a weak stone is no stone at all and nothing can be built upon it. Basically the idea that only strength is useful.
Yeah.
There are more than one kinds of strength, but you need to be strong to be useful. He talks about true strength can find shadows in sunlight. It's the idea that if you are truly strong, you simply are. You don't have to flaunt it. He's more. You get the sense that he's more about sort of hiding strength, like kind of moving in the shadows of like not revealing what your strength is, not being. And he does talk a little bit about the strategic advantage to that too, because your enemies tend to underestimate you. They basically conveys that it is better for no one to know how strong you are, so that you may choose when to use your strength. And if you do this, the powerful will not try to use you, and your enemies will underestimate you. And so you kind of become the element of surprise without even stealth per se. It's like a different kind of stealth. And he caps it off with a proverb that a screeching eagle catches no prey. It's just this idea that a hunter moves in silence. And he's just a big believer in not. You see him, while you are pretty quiet, you see him kind of sometimes literally beat this into the other students that are... You don't seem to... It's interesting, too. Like, you don't actually seem to have much interaction with the other pupils. He seems to individualize.
Okay, so none of us having interactions with each other.
For the most part. Occasionally he does group you for exercises, but for the most part it's individual. But you do see him kind of beating some of these principles into them, including one particular example where a student is causing some trouble among some of the other younger rebels and kind of being really arrogant and boastful about his combat ability until Alcon shows him just how incapable he is and really drives it home that that's not okay behavior. But he also has all these other phrases like comfortable muscles are soft muscles. Let your actions be your words, which is very nice for you, being quieter. He's also a big believer that your life is not to be wasted. That you must, one of the core things that seems to be the principles of the Shadow Dragons is that you have to find a worthy cause and dedicate yourself to it wholly. But he continues to kind of take you through this seemingly endless, relentless path of growth through pain, learning through failure, strength through torture. He seems to represent like the essence of resolve, and to a certain degree wrath against evil. But you find him to be a pretty merciless teacher. And while he does also have you meditate he often has you do it sitting under ice cold waterfalls, or balancing on a cliff with a bar on your shoulder with heavy weights, where if you lose your balance, you die. And that's where you meditate. Like situations like sitting out in storms, like in the beating rain that's almost sideways, and expected to meditate in that environment.
Places that make sense. Gotcha.
Yeah. Some of this seems familiar, but some of it seems more brutal, almost cruel at times, though not discriminatory. You find that the training is similar but seems individualized, yet regardless, his words seem almost more cutting for you than the other students. And he's always making these little comments, even weeks later, as you start getting better at meditating into these extreme conditions he puts you in. He'll say things like, "You collapsed like a dog the first time you meditated like this. Now you just do not pass out quite as easily. How far you have come." He also focuses intensely on footwork and positioning. He is obsessive about your form and how you move. Not just whether you win or lose, but how you win, how you strike, how you move. And he is very particular about your footwork. And he's very strict, especially when you start out, saying things like, "Your feet are like stones, and they must be like feathers. The tools with which you fly through battle. The earth must barely know you, so lightly you move. When you truly understand this, then the earth no longer has the same hold on you." And after he says this, as you guys stand next to a lake to demonstrate, he suddenly takes off running across the water until he reaches the other side. And as the training continues to be a struggle every step of the way, it's a strange experience, because while sometimes it feels intentional and sometimes it feels cruel, it really just feels like you're just missing each other somehow. Like there's something deeper he's trying to teach you, but you're just missing it somehow.
Yeah, especially at the beginning. I'd imagine there's a lot of arrogance on Valence at the very beginning of the training. And maybe as we get a few weeks in, maybe a month in or so, that softens a little bit as he actually starts to use the techniques that Alcon's teaching him, and he's like, "Oh, this actually does work." Okay, and he becomes a little bit more malleable, I guess, to his teachings.
Sure. Well, just before that happens, there's a time a couple of weeks in where, sort of at the end of this week, he just keeps going. He works you relentlessly, even past sundown. And finally, he seems, even for his kind of stoic, guarded expression, it just seems like he just keeps going, like he might be frustrated or something, and you definitely are, because you're usually done around sundown, and he is just hours later.
Is it just me, or is it all
just you?
Just me. Okay.
Finally, he stops you mid-exercise and says, "Follow me." And he walks you over to a small tent where there's just a small table set with a candle on the table, a single candle on the table, kind of glowing this kind of darkened light in the midst of this tent. And he tells you to sit down across from him. He says, "There is a proverb in the Shaded Scrolls," which is writings of their order that he references occasionally. There's a proverb in the Shaded Scrolls that says, "Those who chase peace shall never catch it." Do you know what this means?
No. I thought that. Is that not what. At least part of what we're fighting for here? Peace for these people, for this country, for this land?
It has been 15 days and still you do not understand. You are too slow to arrive on your own. Too soft to do what is necessary. We are going to accelerate your learning. Give me your hand.
Uh-oh.
He like grabs your wrist and holds it palm down over the candle. And he lets go. And you quickly start to feel the heat burning on your palm. And he says, "If you move your hand before I say, I will reject you as my pupil." For 15 days you have fought, meditated, trained, but only with your body. You resist inside. And you only go through the motions. Why?
That's how I was taught. Use your body.
It's getting pretty uncomfortable already. You are taught only with your body?
No. No, the Emerald Dragons did teach me to use my mind, but somewhere along the way, I just forgot it and started to use only my physical capabilities. Started to... Yeah.
He looks and, are you uncomfortable?
No.
You should be.
Deep breath, holding it, and try to really focus on getting my hand to stop shaking from pain.
You are fighting it. But what does your comfort and desire have to do with it? I have watched you spend 15 days doing exactly the minimum. You have avoided the suffering at every turn. Is this what they teach you?
No. You're taught to embrace the suffering. Only through that can you heal.
Then they did not teach you well enough. You feel it's getting real intense now. You got beads of sweat dripping as it's getting harder and harder for your hand not to shake. As the searing pain is just piercing and spreading over your hand. And why don't you make a constitution check for me?
He's got his own Tyler Durgan.
I was over here like, put your hand in the box. The gold bar. I'm like full Dune right now.
I went there too, but that dude 16.
Yeah.
You like close your eyes and manage to start to shove out the pain out of your mind, but it's interrupted as Alcon sort of leans forward a little bit and says, "No, look at the flame. Look at it. This is what is before you. This is what you are feeling. This is the pain that is upon you now. There is no past. There is no future. There is only this here. Feel it.
After a few seconds of looking him straight in his eye, I look down at my hand.
Make a wisdom check.
Oh yeah.
18.
All right.
Yeah. God, I hope we don't go into combat because it's going the opposite way.
You look down in the flame, and you start to smell burning flesh, your own flesh. As he says, "You are running. Even if you move toward your enemy, your heart runs away. Stop. Turn around. Face your pain. Do not avoid it. Do not distract yourself. You must go into the pain. Think about it, and what do you feel?"
His jaw is definitely clenched hard. I think the most strong pain that he would probably feel, like he would at least let himself feel, is abandonment. That's probably the first one that pops up.
Which
So
is
he's asking what I feel. Alone.
a feeling that's you can't help but feel at this moment where no one's helping you. No one can help you. You are alone, just you and the fire.
Yep.
As you smell this, and this white hot static of pain just threatens to overwhelm you.
Beads of sweat.
Yeah, as you think about it for a moment, and with that wisdom check, you do eventually allow yourself to pour into it instead of running away, diving into it, thinking about every millimeter of it, every bit, how far it extends, what it's doing to the rest of your hand and your muscles, and you feel the tension in your jaw, you feel the drops of sweat, you feel your body, every muscle tensed as you realize you're gripping the underside of the table unconsciously. You didn't even realize you were doing it. The tingling, the wave of the heat, and as you do, almost unconsciously, as you realize you're gripping the underside of the table, you just force it to relax and force your jaw to relax just a little bit, and sort of force your muscles to let go as you start to become aware of all these things that you weren't even aware were happening, and you feel suddenly conscious of all these things happening in your body that you just didn't realize were happening in response to this pain. And then you feel it. Acceptance. This is the pain. Whatever happens to your hand in reality, no matter whose fault it is, no matter how long it lasts, this is reality. This is life. The pain is incredible, but it is not the only sensation. It falls into place amidst the cold of winter, the hardness of the wooden chair you sit in, the tiredness and soreness of your muscles, hunger that was lost completely to your tiredness. Stress suddenly announces itself, and your body feels in tune and present, fully here, fully alive and aware. It's clarity. and calm. It's like being awake for the first time when you've been half asleep your whole life. And you notice as you open your eyes again, you notice Alcon has leaned forward, kind of looking intensely into your eyes, those dark pools of black, as he seems to recognize something. And he says, "From the shadows you begin to see the world more clearly." He waits one more moment and then nods for you to move your hand away.
Just slowly pull it back. You put it to my side.
And that pain will be with you for a long time. As you look down to see the white circle in your palm of 3rd degree melted flesh. And relief floods over you despite all of that as the pain subsides a little bit. Of course, leaving intense residual pain, he takes out a small water skin and kind of gently pours it over your hand. Now, what are you running from?
My past. My pain.
Life is a pain. Many people are evil and do evil things, but you choose what defines you. You choose what to embrace and what to reject. But if the pain blinds you, you cannot see what is true. If you accept it, then you can begin to see the truth. That your parents' rejection of you was their own weakness, not yours. You will know that someday that a master's strength is defined by his student's success. We are all born weak, and it is your parents' job to make you strong. Your parents were failed masters. And he kind of leans back, and you see him slowly just pull apart the top of his robe, revealing hard muscles covered in scars and burn marks, as he says, "As were mine."
What did you do with your pain?
It is a part of me. Just as the pain you feel in your hand. It simply is. I accept it so that it does not control me. That is what is meant when I say that, when it is said that those who chase peace shall never catch it. You spend your life avoiding pain. You will only be disappointed. You will only be chased by the things you cannot avoid. But if you embrace it, then that pain cannot control you. And you can make your own decisions and control your life.
Okay. just impressing a little bit on the burn, actually, and embrace the pain that comes. Okay.
Now go get some rest.
It's the first nice thing you said too.
I've heard worse. It's okay.
I like your hair.
Other than that, he does. You do throughout those weeks do get a little bit better picture of. In reality, he doesn't completely disdain the Emerald Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
He has a lot of disdain for the followers.
Mm-hmm.
And there are fundamental philosophical disagreements between the orders as well.
Sure.
He believes, the Emerald Dragon loves peace too much.
Mm-hmm.
That they pursue ideals instead of reality. And he says things like lost on the dreams of your youth and just weird stuff like that. And how they're not naive like that. And, that there are no such things as peace, just breaths between strikes.
Mm-hmm.
That peace can only last as long as there are enough men who do not love it. Men who do not allow themselves to become soft or become seduced by peace or the placidness, like domesticated lapdogs. He says there's only one peace that can truly be achieved, which is peace within yourself. And you can only do this by embracing suffering and integrating it into part of you, because you can't avoid it. You can't get rid of it.
No.
You can only integrate it. And so you start to get a true understanding of kind of what their why, just what that darkness is represented by the shadows,
Mm-hmm.
that they're always talking about.
And questioning a lot more of what he's been taught, balance that, questioning a lot more of what he's been taught, and listening intently to what Alcon has to say.
Well, and you start to find, as you continue training, as you start, and you realize this is going to be a lifelong endeavor, but as you start to do some of what he says about embracing it, when you stop running from the discomfort and pain, you're able to do more. You're able to accomplish more instead of finding ways to do the forms that are comfortable or do just enough to end the training exercise. When you embrace it and just accept it, you're able to accomplish a lot more than you thought you could. You just find yourself wondering at what kind of possibilities there are if you continue down that path mentally.
I think even after the long days of getting the crap beat out of me, Valen would go and have probably at least a couple hours, maybe a few hours of meditation afterwards, like just really pushing into finding that pain and then letting it be revealed and then become a part of them.
Yeah. Well, even in the meditation, the punishing meditation times, it starts to make sense. It's not a game of escaping the pain or shoving it aside or trying not to think about it. It's just embracing it, making it a part of the meditation. And then you start to understand the point of it all. It starts making you rethink some things.
A whole lot of things.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Is this Sarah?
Oh no, okay.
I feel like you remind him of a son born with fiery hair who was born to him through marriage.
You quoting something?
No, I'm old Englishing red-headed stepchild.
Oh. Of course you are.
The Shakespearean over here.
I'm just like, no, that's not how that.
It's not.
Also, that's not Old English.
Yeah, whatever.
Like Chaucer's Middle English. Old English would be practically.
hair of flame. By once some other woman's had.
Thine child,
It would be progeny.
mine progeny.
Tragedy.
All right, so Sura,
Uh-huh.
after finishing your exercise with Drail and being dropped off, Resham says, well, were you able to like talk things over and?
Sort of. We realized that we made a lot. I made a lot of assumptions. I think we all made a lot of assumptions, and acted based on those assumptions instead of what was actually happening. So we did have that revelation. I did try to apologize for my choice. I don't think it was received well, which I understand. That's valid. I did try to poison everyone. But I think that they don't realize how fragile I am.
What do you mean?
They know that I am the weakest physically out of all of them. I can fall down pretty quickly, and I've died a couple times. And I know that they know that I am weak. But they don't know that I am fragile. And those are two different things. I think they see me as hard and cold, calculating. Which I am. I'm calculating. But I'm fragile.
Do you mean emotionally?
Yeah. I'm anxious from the moment I gain consciousness in the morning to the moment I lose it at night. I am so aware of every hiccup, every breath, every rustle. And it's good that I am aware of my surroundings. I think that is important, but it does not... It is not because I am attuned. It's because I'm scared. I freak out a lot. I just hide it very well. And so I make decisions to make me feel less scared. To make me feel like I have control over something. Anything. Because I need to make a decision. I'm tired of everyone else making decisions for me and telling me who I am and what I'm supposed to be and what my name is and what is expected. And I feel very powerless in this world. And I feel like a burden to anybody who cares about me. And I would rather them hate me for a legitimate reason than to pity me or feel sorry for me or coddle me. I don't know. And then I just get mad because it's like, that was a smart move on my part. That was a valid, wise decision. It was foolish based on very inaccurate information and a lot of assumptions, and I realized that that was the problem. But it was not the cunningness of my idea. It was the poor choice of execution and who I used it on. I knew it was a dumb decision. I just don't know why I did it.
How about we shoot some?
I like that. And I immediately take out my bow and arrow and I'm like, good, let's shoot something.
So he walks you out to the place where you were before, where there's some targets set up in a field, and takes a little bit of time to just shoot some arrows, and for the most part he just lets you shoot. Occasionally he'll take a break from his and kind of watch you and maybe correct your elbow or something like that, and says, so you would rather than see you as, what was it you said? You said you'd rather them judge you. I'm not remembering what you said.
I don't even remember what I say half the time. I would rather them hate me
Not
for what I
pity you, but yeah, hate you for
what I've done rather than, I don't know, pity me or.
But they don't.
They don't and they do. They say a lot of things. But then their actions always contradict what they say.
Their actions say they hate you?
No. They scold me a lot. But it never feels like it's like, let's have a deep, meaningful conversation about a conflict. It's always like, I'm butthurt about something and I'm going to take it out on you, but then the minute that I see you're in trouble, I'm going to drop everything and make sure that you're okay. Like, it makes no sense. They say one thing and then they do something else. It's why I always have a hard time trying to figure other things out, and with people in general. They talk a lot of shit, but then they do stuff that is completely contradictory to that. And I say this knowing full well that I am a walking contradiction most days.
Yeah.
So how do you figure that out?
Well, they fight with you, right?
Yes.
They travel with you, and you're part of the crew.
Yes.
Well, I don't know them. Everybody's different. I could be wrong. It's because I'm really generalizing here, but you are a woman with a bunch of guys. And guys relate to each other by doing stuff together. And they're usually not very good at emotions. Probably not going to do a great job at taking care of you emotionally. But if they're doing stuff with you, that's probably a good sign. mean, guys are stupid with this kind of stuff.
I mean, that is a generalization, but
Generally true, in my experience.
I guess that is why they are generalizations.
I think it's interesting that you'd rather be a bad guy than be pitied. You're really afraid to be weak, aren't you?
Yes.
Pity or helping you or any of that kind of stuff would be weakness. It would mean you were weak. But being a bad guy is strong.
I mean, we've killed enough bad guys to prove that they're not.
You say that, but then you turn around and talk about how you're the weakest of them and seem obsessed with that idea when I certainly didn't see that on the battlefield.
I fell.
I think Cebu would certainly say you didn't feel very weak to her.
That was a lucky shot.
I think it was calculated.
I wasn't sure, because I don't really understand magic. But I thought that if she went down, the rock creature would forget about me as its target and would just start hitting things. And I was
Solid theory.
alone. And it wasn't going to be my ally. But I suddenly didn't have a unified force of enemies. It was going to truly be every person for themselves. If that rock creature got out of control.
Yeah. It's
And
a
in that-
solid theory.
The problem is I wasn't thinking about anyone's safety at that point. I was just saying, survive at all costs. Which I think is the reason that the guys were so mad at me. Because I don't, as hard as all of their lives have been, I don't think any of them truly understand survival. And how deep that mindset is. All of us want to live. That is true, I imagine. Otherwise you wouldn't be. So they understand what it is to have a desire to stay alive. But survival is wild and animalistic and feral. It doesn't calculate ahead of you. It doesn't look at the options. It goes, what can I get right now that keeps me breathing right now?
I know that feeling well.
I'm not saying it's the right answer, I'm just saying in those moments when I'm scared and I feel weak and I'm anxious, my mind says survive first. Think later. And then of course afterwards I always feel all of these emotions and none of them understand the emotions, and so then I don't know. I'm talking too much. I need to shut up.
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely see it. I mean, I think you did listen to me. I think that's maybe why you made the decision you did. And I think it was a good, sound, strategic decision in the moment. But you're right. I mean, I spent most of my life in the wilderness. I know what you mean about survival, and it's... I think the problem is that it took me way, way too long to realize is that it sort of makes you feel like a cornered animal, and you just react. And I think the breakthrough came out when I realized there's always choices. You're not actually cornered. You know, and I don't know, it's something of a mindset, the shift that you start to think about these things in a, like opening doors and realizing there are more options and that you can make choices and you have control to make choices and take a breath, look around and make a decision. And instead of just reacting as if you don't have control. Yeah, it's all in here. It's not really what's happening in the situation, because I don't know, perception is deceptive, which we're going to work on. You know. And by the way, when you draw, don't hold your breath.
I didn't know I was.
You are. Breathe. When you got to do something hard, breathe through it. It's important. You want this to just be another natural motion, not something that's taking everything. You just want it to be natural. So breathe through it. You know, just like everything else we're talking about. Just breathe through it. Hi there. Let's go take a walk.
Okay.
He walks you through the camp, and you start. He takes you to an area where there seems to be a number of people cooking, kind of starting the prep for the meal for the evening. And you see a pair of dwarven women who seem pretty clearly in charge. But as you watch, and he just kind of stops, and first you don't really know what you're doing, but you just kind of like, okay, I guess we're watching this. And he just kind of quietly observes, and you watch as these women who are, like I said, clearly in charge, but they also don't seem to get along very well. You see a lot of kind of snide remarks and passive aggressiveness. So like, you know, one of them handing something off and be like, sorry, I would have gotten it to you faster if I'd gotten it faster. And kind of looking sidelong at the other one. And, you know, the other one kind of replies and is like, yeah, it's tough when you have to do most of the work yourself before handing it off. You know, just stuff like that. Do an insight check for me.
Nat 20.
Okay. Wow. Dang. All right.
So that'd be a 21.
One of the things you notice is that despite their remarks, they don't slow down. There's no actual holdup in any of this. It's just comments. It's actually a pretty efficient operation. You know, and he asks you, what do you think of those two?
I mean, at first glance, you would say that they were bitter rivals or something. They say horrible things to each other. Not in a blatant way, but like very passive aggressive. But they're so quick. And they almost anticipate each other. Like the other one already knows what's about to happen just before it happens. And it almost feels like it's a game. Like banter.
It's possible. Why don't they have it out?
Perhaps they like this.
It's possible. Let's try this. Look at it from both angles. Ask yourself, why would they do what they're doing? Why would they continue to do this with someone they didn't like if they were bad people? If they were bad, why would they continue doing this? Then, what if they're actually very good people? Why would they continue doing this?
Whether good or bad, you do anything because you're gaining something from it. If they were bad, there is something still to gain from this interaction, but something else would have to be at play here. A manipulation. If they're good, even if they don't like each other, if both recognize and respect the goals that each other has for what is happening around them, they can put up with a lot of shit if it means that both of them are successfully doing what it is they're trying to do. I think.
Which one sounds truer?
The second option. Why would you sweat and toil in front of food like that if you didn't desperately want to make sure that these people were fed and that you cared very much for what is happening in this camp, even if you dislike the person that you are working next to? Both of you want the same thing. Healthy, strong fighters for a revolution.
Sometimes it helps me. It's odd when you think about people and you have these vague ideas or fears about them. And you might think, oh, I think they're good, but then you have this festering doubt in the back of your mind that maybe they're bad, or maybe there's some bad reason. I find it helps to just ask the question, what if they are? And kind of weigh both the options and then ask myself which one seems truer. In reality, I think these two started off pretty badly. They both wanted to be in charge. And some of that still remains, but over time their competence and their shared purpose have earned each other's respect. So you have two people who secretly respect each other, even if they're constantly jibing each other. And the question will be whether or not they continue moving together, or if they will let, whatever bitterness is left fester and eventually explode. But I've also found that a shared purpose can overcome a lot if both truly believe in it.
You can put up with a lot when you believe in what's happening.
It's very good glue.
My only question then is, if you can put up with a lot, if you know what you believe and what you're working towards is true, what happens if signs are telling you something different and you're not seeing them?
I think the only thing we can do is the best we can. you can ask yourself whether or not you did the best you can. And if you didn't, you can correct it for next time. You can't change the past. You can just learn from it. But you can't do better than the best you can do. And we're not gods. We can't see everything.
I just sometimes feel very blind.
Yeah. I can see that. But I think not with all the things you think. I mean, what are you good at?
I don't think I've ever asked myself that question before. I was good at trusting people when I was younger. But I wasn't seeing signs. I wasn't asking questions. And so my trust was used against me. Which is what I did to the boys when I fed them poison because I knew they trusted me. And
So you were doing what was done to you.
I'm very good at that. That is what I am good at. Taking my trauma and mirroring it to the next person. Very good at that. That is what I am good at. I am good at that. I am good at spilling blood. Found out that very quickly. That was a surprising skill set I didn't know I had until I did it. I think I am good at loyalty. I don't think it manifests in the way that others might describe loyalty, but I think I am good at it. I'm good at flirting, but only with people who genuinely don't like it or get uncomfortable with it. I'm good at making people uncomfortable. I don't know if that is something to boast about, but it is something I am good at.
Can be useful sometimes.
I also am a tiefling, so I've always been very good at making people uncomfortable who aren't tieflings. And
Fair
some
enough.
who even are. I don't know. I think I have to think about it more.
All right. Well, I want you to do something each morning. I want you to say 3 things. 1, I am good at, and say something. Okay?
Okay.
You look in the mirror if it helps, or just preferably by yourself, but because this is just a conversation with yourself.
Okay.
I am good at something. This has got to be something that's good, like something you're good at, something that's good about you, something that is a strength or a positive part of your personality, or something of that nature.
It's a short list, okay?
For now. I also want you to think of, I am working on something. This is something that maybe you don't like, but that you can change. something you're working on, something like if you're not very disciplined, or you're bad at military strategy or cooking or relationships, you know, things that aren't necessarily good but that you can change. And then the last thing is I accept, and say something else. And these are things that you can't change. Probably things that have a flip side, like you know, that's maybe just part of who you are. Like I don't know, if you're somebody who wears their heart on your sleeve, that has a good and a bad side to it. And maybe you don't like the bad sides, and sometimes the bad looks like it outweighs the good. You know, that's, you know, something you maybe have to accept or should accept. So either something you can't change, or something that has like a flip side to something that's good. You know, like if you're somebody who might be like a bad liar and has a bad poker face, they're not going to be great for like spy work or some of the things that you might be gifted at, or I might be gifted at. But there's a lot of good that can come from that too, and they have a really good place in the world too, right? So I am good at X, I am working on Y, and I accept Z. Because that's part of accepting yourself, instead of being so... I think sometimes you are saying you're weak, like the weakest member of the party, which is not something I've seen in the last day I've known you. But I think you just haven't accepted that the good things you bring to the table mean you also have weaknesses. You also have flip sides. You have things you need to accept.
This feels like homework. I did not go to school, so it
Well,
would be weird.
It's the first time for everything. Just try it.
Okay. I'll try it. Mirrors make me uncomfortable.
Well, that's probably all the more reason to get in front of one then. Maybe you'll learn to like what you see. Which I think there's a lot of people who do. As you continue through the next couple weeks, he continues doing this, walking either around the camp or sometimes even helping you disguise and actually walking you into nearby towns, and just observing, asking you questions. What do you think about this? Why did they do this? Why do they say this? Just having you observe, and helping you get beyond your own kind of culture's understanding of things. Starting to get the sense that, like, not everybody is operating in the same world as what you grew up in. Like, they have different mindsets and different motivations and desires, and not everybody is in that survival mode that you grew up around, or in that everybody has an angle, everybody's trying to get something, which is often true, but not always. And that even in this kind of oppressed situation where everyone is dirt poor as well, it's different still. And there's some things that are very similar and some things that are very different. And just learning how to pay attention to these things and read people. And he's always kind of turning it back into, how can you integrate this into yourself, and how can you take this and understand how to give off these things, like how to develop a different persona, and how to develop a different, to appear as a different person, like watching body language and watching intonation and the things they don't say as much as they do, And of course, with some special focus on Lyrandil itself, and how to fit in Lyrandil. But he's always gently prompting you, like gently trying to get you to think just a little bit harder, to go one more step, just to challenge you a little bit. But he's also very encouraging, and you also notice that he's also always bending over backwards to take care of people, and especially you being a student. He's always making sure you've eaten, making sure you are taking care of yourself, like getting enough rest, like teaching you proper stretches for after drills, incessant drilling, and but you see this with when you see him interact with other people as well. He's constantly just trying to take care of people. After a while he asks, how the mirror exercise is going.
So, it was harder at the beginning, but it's become surprisingly centering first thing in the morning. To give myself a quick kind of check-in. I don't know. It's like where are we today? Some days are easier to find the answers. Some of the lists are a little shorter than some of the other lists.
Yeah, I call it grounding.
Grounding, yes.
It's, especially if you're pretending to be someone else, it can be easy to let life kind of sweep you away and control you, and this kind of helps you, like you said, center. Back on.
Strange too, because I've been very weary of you this whole time.
I know.
You make me feel so comfortable. And that is scarier than almost any other type of person.
Why is that?
Because when you're at ease with someone, your guards are down. And if they know enough about you, and they want something from you, they can take it, and you won't fight.
Vulnerability.
And I've had mentors take advantage of that. Well, mentor. Take advantage of that.
Really?
She really hurt me. She took a lot from me. And that makes me very, very scared. I don't have much left to lose. But what I have left is still precious.
So you trusted this mentor as a child.
With my whole heart.
What happened to her?
I stabbed her to death. With this. I take out the knife that has the blue handle. She was the second person I ever killed. Maybe the third, I don't know. I didn't kill Rieta, but she was there, on top of me, dying. She died because of me, maybe. The fat man was the one I killed first. His name was Halvid. He was an old human man. Sweaty. Big arms. Big fists. Lots of blood. She was the second. She gave me a gift on the way out. I touched the scar on my face. The rest of them kind of blurred together after that. Lots of pools of blood. Lots of reflections.
And this woman was responsible for this Rietta's death?
Yes. No. Yes. Have you ever spoken with lizard folk in your life?
No, we don't get much of them up here.
They're prevalent in the deeper parts of Shigorth. And they have a word. Gilisari. I used to think it was a bad word they would call tieflings, because I only ever heard it said to tieflings. Well, to me, and to one other person I had met in my travels. But it's not a bad word for tieflings. It means enslaver. And it's what they call human traffickers. Or tiefling traffickers. My mentor was part of a trafficking ring, and I didn't find out about it until it was too late, and I was already part of it for a long time. And already had done enough damage. Brietta was the last drop-off before I ran. That's why I have a hard time saying that I am good. I've done a lot of bad to good people. See, this is why I'm weary of you, because you make me say things.
I don't want you to say anything you don't want to say.
I know, that's the problem. You're very soft and kind. And easy to talk to. And I accept that I wear my heart on my sleeve. It makes me susceptible to this. But it also... It also means I can love so deeply. And I can care so much about things that matter in this world. And I can do it without any inhibition. And not many people can say they can do that, I think. Or at least not that we have observed. And I'm tired of crying. I do that a lot. For someone who stabs, I cry a lot. That is not an oxymoron. I do not know what is.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
I will believe that you think that is true.
No, I've seen it. For someone who is so guarded, you are very passionate.
That is a kind way to put it.
You talk about yourself as if you're so dark, but when you do something, you're surprisingly earnest about it. It's quite endearing.
Endearing is never a word I have heard to describe me.
I think from what I've seen these past couple of weeks, I've seen someone who is on their way to becoming a really good hunter. They're very good at moving quietly and stealthily. I think you're good at taking advantage of surprise, which reminds me of Idris, which is a pretty good compliment. I think you're also somebody who's willing to do whatever it takes, which also reminds me of him. I think you're teachable, which is gonna take you really far in life. You know, it's interesting. Alcon thinks that we all talk, you know.
The one who is not an asshole but is an asshole.
Yeah, sometimes he can be a prick, yeah. Alcon thinks you're just an orphan looking for someone to shape you. And maybe part of that's true, but I think that's true of a lot of people, even without such a difficult upbringing. But I see something else in you. Like, there's an undercurrent of trying to figure out what the right thing is. I'm trying to do that. Like a determination to be good. What better can a person be than that?
Thank you.
And I personally think that ability to love and just kind of be in your heart and all that stuff is really good if you can learn how to do it right, because I don't know, difficult pasts like ours make it really hard to want to connect or to open up to people because of how many people have hurt us. I mean, I've told you that's why I'm so good at reading people, is because I had to learn how to be, because I was rejected so much growing up. It took me a long time into adulthood, really, to learn we need people. We need people who are going to be there for us and care for us and accept us for who we actually are. And I think it's sort of a balancing act, because you could be just that orphan looking to be shaped by someone and try to fit in with them, but that's not who you really are. And so I think the thing that gives us strength to be able to open up to people is that acceptance of who we are. Which is part of why I'm having you do that exercise, so that you can accept who you really are, so that you're strong enough to open up to other people. And so if they accept you, they're accepting the real you. And if they don't, you're okay, because you do accept the real you. But I think the real you is beautiful.
I'm very uncomfortable with this compliment. Not in a bad way, in a fluttery way, and it makes me uncomfortable.
Just breathe through it. Let's go back and shoot some more.
I would like that.
And you notice, as the weeks continue, like I said, he's always pushing you to go a little bit further, just gently kind of prodding you, and then always bringing you back to shoot. And you don't know if he's doing it intentionally or not, but there's something about being challenged and pushed and made uncomfortable, but then you come back to shooting, which you're a lot more comfortable and familiar with. And it's like it restores confidence, makes you feel like strong and competent again, especially after difficult days. but he's always bringing you back to that and kind of grounding you back into something you're really good at naturally, and doesn't spend as much time teaching you that, but seems more of like an exercise in strength and calming than anything else. But he continues throughout those weeks to help you learn about yourself, about other people, and you start to wonder about some of these teachings in relation to your own party and how you might be able to use them in good ways and positive ways within the party. As the weeks go by, training with Drail slowly gets easier. Eventually, Easy doesn't have to be carried.
It was hard, right?
Gosh, poor Easy.
Like I said, this wasn't meant for this much physicality.
on those chicken legs.
I like my books.
That's why I wear long robes.
Hide those chicken legs.
It's interesting because while you never would have correlated it before, the physical fitness of it seems to give you increased stamina even with the mental training with Caladris. And you each find that that's actually helping in a variety of ways, and even in the non-physical aspects of your training and learning as you continue. After about 5 weeks or so, your teachers are taken away on a training, or not a training, some sort of important mission that they didn't disclose any details on, but they gave you instructions on how to continue training as you prepare for what they talk about as a trial for basically acceptance into completion of your training and acceptance into the rebellion, which everyone says is earning your mask. Toward the a couple days into that last week, as most everybody in the camp is gone on some big mission, you get told Adris has summoned you the next morning to talk and kind of check in with you, but you do have a night there if you would like to talk or do anything or accomplish anything here, as you're about a little over 5 weeks into your training now.
I imagine we've had our nights to catch each other up on things, right? There you go. I've kind of kept a bit on how my training's going. Bits and pieces here and there.
I've not really talked much about the, say nice things about yourself, Sarah. I haven't really, talked about, that exercise part of it. I've been mostly talking about, observing people and, working on marksmanship and... I went into town and I'm learning more about kind of the cultural things that are happening. And I make it a point every time I make tea that I ask one of you to observe me making tea. I'm dead. I spread everything out. Sleeves are up. You can see my hands at all times, and I literally actively go talk through out loud the process of what I'm doing to make tea tonight. And make sure one of you is always observing me.
As a note, if you do eat with Cebu at all, she doesn't drink anything ever.
Fair and valid.
Wise.
Fair and valid.
Decision.
I just walk over to Easy and go,
I walk over to Stoic and go, oh. Yeah.
trying to grow it out.
It's nice, yeah. It's getting a little better, yeah, but it still hurts.
But we're friends, so... But if we're not friends, it's very offensive to touch an orc's hair.
Ah! Point taken, yeah.
Okay.
If you want some of mine, it grows very fast. I can make something for you if you want.
Well, a hat or something?
Yeah, like a hair hat, yeah.
Hair hat.
For disguises or for just looking fine.
I thought hair was already kind of a hat.
I suppose you're right.
What if you maybe like a mustache or something, or like a full-on beard?
I think I can manage that. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want one?
Yeah.
All right. I took my dagger out.
Mustache.
I cut off a lock of my hair and cast Mage Hand and tie like a small I don't know, kind of knot. What is that?
Make
like
him
a nature.
Make him a Fu Manchu.
Fu Manchu, yeah.
Oh,
A little Fu
no.
Manchu on there.
That's so offensive.
Pull off one of the little rings off my chainmail and give it to you so it can like clip on the side of the nose.
Hey.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, it just like clips right.
Holds on a little bit, yeah.
Kind of look.
Breathe really heavy.
I like some
It's a look.
Next
Nice.
time we have to sneak into a city.
A nice strong white mustache looks good with your dark features, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
It really pops, yeah.
My new thinking pose.
Feels good to laugh with you guys.
It does.
Oh, yeah. That's nice, yeah.
Is anybody worried at all about the trial? I know it's coming soon.
A little bit.
I think they're going to push us pretty hard, considering that our last trial was to basically kill one another, yeah.
Saber,
in a way.
do you already have your mask?
Oh, Sabu's. Do you invite Saber to join?
Oh, she's not there now? Well, I know that she
She
had like
can be
been
if you
coming
want
and
to be.
going.
Yeah, she can.
I was just assuming she was there.
Yeah.
Do you remember what they had you do for your trial?
Well, yeah.
Are you allowed to tell us?
Oh, I think it's better if you're surprised.
You at least tell us, is it private, or do the rest of us get to watch the other's trial?
Well, some people watch. It's not really like everyone. Most people are busy.
Well, I mean, like, would I be able to see Easy's trial, for example, and Easy see mine?
Maybe.
I mean, you don't have to tell us what it is, but is it usually the same for everyone?
Well, I think some of it's the same, and maybe some of it's from your teacher.
Has Alcon softened up any on you, or is he still pretty hard?
He's been pretty consistent. So, yeah. Still pretty hard.
You have less bruises, though, so that's nice.
They just healed up a little bit, that's all.
How was your hand?
Still have the scar. But I like it. Kind of gives me that reminder. Little character.
Makes you look cool.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Valen. Ixie created magic. This is what.
Really?
The more you know. Doody doody.
I
do make sure. I do, yeah. I do a minor illusion. Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
You did that thing so quickly.
I'm getting better. Yeah. I've said almost all my spells about more than I care to know. My hands are a little bit tired.
Speaking of hands, mine are just like super soft.
So supple.
Yeah, what are you doing all day with
So nice.
your teacher, Lenora?
Mainly mental training. Speaking of which, you think you got enough energy for a little late night spar?
Yeah, we didn't go too hard tonight with the search party. I think we can do a little spar.
We were totally sparring before bed.
Like, I haven't swung a mace in like forever.
Let's go. 2 months.
Yeah. That'll be good. You totally kicked my ass.
Just watch and observe how everyone goes about their evening.
What about you? How's your teacher?
Interesting. Very kind. Lots of conversation. And then shooting. And then conversation. And then observing. And then conversation. And then more shooting.
Is that good?
I think so, yes. Interesting conversations, deep conversations. Might have cried more than I care to admit.
He made you cry?
He didn't make me cry. He sat there and I cried. It was more of a... He was just there as I was crying.
Oh. I guess that's okay.
Yeah. Went into town a few times. We watched people. Gotten very good at disguises.
Well, that's good.
Did they freak out when they saw a tiefling?
They didn't see a tiefling.
Yeah. All right.
Good at disguises.
I didn't see anybody, really. Just another person on the street. Going about their day.
That's good. He is a very nice guy.
I like his dragon.
Yeah. Yeah. Ether's pretty nice too. When he's not eating people.
Yeah.
What? He eats people?
Well, I mean, if he's allowed to. Which is only for bad people.
Sure.
But I mean, he is sort of, kind of a dragon.
Yeah, it's not quite a dragon, but
Yeah.
it is a dragon, but it's not a dragon.
Yeah, sort of like yours, but
Yes.
bigger. Way bigger.
Speaking of which, how are things going with yours?
I says we've made some headway, not only we're on some small speaking terms. That's better than
It's a lot better than where you were.
it
Yeah.
was.
Yes, it
Some
is.
small ground gained, but still a long way to go. Stella just looking deadpan.
Guy's watching you.
Sure enough.
Shona.
Can I figure out if there's anything more than just like passive, like, is there anything else that's going on with her observations?
With Galaxis?
Yeah, like what Galaxis is paying attention to.
I mean, roll an insight check.
I mean,
So
I
that
can
was
certainly
pseudo.
try. Yeah,
Pseudo
like,
witch dragon.
18.
Okay.
Okay.
It is very scrutinizing, just very watching and waiting for something. Just examining everything he does, yeah, that's probably about it. I mean, you definitely have not been getting training in pseudo dragon.
No, but basically, like out of the because I've been spending,
Behaviors
yeah,
of a super
I've been
dragon.
spending so
But
much
which
time.
is familiar.
Yeah, I've been spending so much time looking at people that I'm just like, can I turn this into anything else? Like, can I take any of this knowledge I've been gaining and
Yeah, no, it's a level of hyper focus that is not normal for other people who are even staring at someone they like or anything like that. It's like, no, this is like a hyper focus of an unusual, enigmatic creature watching every move that Easy makes, and just like I said, you just kind of get the impression like she's waiting for something, and maybe judging, but it's kind of hard to.
But it's like active. It's not passive. Like she's an incredibly actively attentive creature.
It's very attentive. Yeah, it's very.
As opposed to
not
just like I'm just sitting and watching something. It's
right.
like,
It's not
yeah.
passive. It's like a. It's an intense.
Okay. I mean that says a lot about her. About where she is at, like her energy. Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to note it. I got back to watching The Boys.
Yeah, and I'll actually, on that note, I'm just gonna continue studying. I'm gonna like lay down, but yet have like my spellbook open.
Studying. Yeah.
So like I kind of I'm still looking over things. So I'm still like I'm resting my head on the side of the pillow, on the bedroll.
Before we spar, Stoic, I'll go over to you. Did I ever tell you what happened to my brothers and father?
Not in detail.
I don't want to go into the full story right now, but I do want to tell you that orcs killed them on a hunting party. And so part of my training with Shaylora is to release some of my anger. I won't go into all the detail, but there's a lot of anger with that, as you can probably tell. So, what I like to do is I like to imagine I'm fighting one of those orcs when I start.
I really do represent everything you hate, don't I?
You do, which is why I'm very confused around you all the time. I also want to, I guess not apologize, but just admit that you confuse me.
That's all I've ever wanted from you, Bear.
That you confuse me?
That you can admit that part of you doesn't like me. Because I've always known it was there. And you've always acted like it wasn't.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's true. I didn't want to. Honestly, I was watching you early on at the mines. Remember?
I do.
You were burying the bodies.
You helped me.
I didn't know if I could trust you. Then I saw you do that, and I felt like you seemed genuine with your faith.
Boy, were you wrong. But
Yeah, that's what also... Like I said, you confused me. I feel like you tricked me, too, in a way, in a weird way.
I've learned you don't have to believe in the gods to act like they exist. And my faith wasn't strong back then. And it's not now. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to do what's right and act in good faith. And I feel like I always have. And I feel like you do too. Some things you do in good faith I don't agree with. And I feel it's mutual. It's just, I'm glad that we can finally be honest with each other.
Agreed. I appreciate you saying that.
Because still family.
Agreed. You are my brother, half orc or no.
I appreciate that.
Nope, ready to get your ass kicked?
Yep, high card, ready?
7.
14.
And you should have bloodletting
This is stoic.
It's interesting because as you guys fight, I mean, first of all, you see a kind of fire in Bear that wasn't there before. It's almost scary at times. Like it's a intensity that wasn't there before.
Do I recognize it at all?
I don't think you would, no.
Okay.
But in contrast with Stoic, it's like you're seeing like an almost calmness that wasn't there before.
Interesting. We have gone in opposite ways.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why we understand each other.
I'm definitely watching this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm like, I lean up, arm to arm, we lean against each other a little bit while we're observing.
Things have changed.
It's like the parents watching the kids on the nerdy child.
Go study more.
That's a really nice image.
Yeah.
I do bring you a snack at one point. I do have like a snack and like a fresh cup of tea while you're
Danke.
sitting.
Ah, it's so good. Thank you.
The juice box and some Lunchables.
Yep.
Yep. Just keep on.
Got your Capri
reading.
Sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So as you finish and make your way to bed and everything to get ready for the meeting in the morning, a couple other quick notes that have happened kind of over the 5 weeks is one thing that's interesting is that your teachers are all very different people, obviously, but you also notice that they all seem to have a whole lot of respect for each other. Even if they disagree and make comments like sometimes about each other, they all seem to have profound some sort of bond that seems like an undercurrent there that's hard to put your finger on. And interestingly, just in passing conversation at some point, I think it would be Russian who'd probably say it, like talking about the different teachers. It's Russian who says, yeah, no, I think Lenora could take us all.
Interesting.
He basically says Adris might be, might be the only one besides Alanya who could go toe to toe with Lenora. Which is interesting because you've never seen Lenora do anything even aggressive, much less violent.
In the conversations and like, obviously, I think of all the people, I've seen the most of the other teachers in like when we're doing our different observations in like the different like clusters. Have I noticed the way in which our teachers interact with each other? Like, have I noticed what this undercurrent is between them?
I think after 5 weeks, you'd probably see, or you'd probably at least guess that it probably has something to do with this cause, because they all seem to believe in this wholeheartedly. In various reasons, for various angles or approaches to it, they all seem to have this unifying belief. They also all believe in Adris, for whatever that's worth. And there seems to be just a respect that you typically see with people who have recognized each other's competence. Like, not just competence, but commitment. Of like, even if I disagree with the way you do things, or the way like Lenora is a completely different personality than Al Khan, who is totally different than Rusham, who is totally different than, Caladris, or, they're all very different personalities, but they all respect each other's position and competence and commitment level. And it's like they have this respect for being different, but bringing something different to the table.
Do I get the sense that they ever were like a group? That they did like...
No, there's no indication that they were a group. Caladris seems to have known Adris the longest. Though they keep saying Alanya has been friends with Adris for a long time. They still haven't met Alanya, so... yeah, I think that's...
Okay.
Essa has known Adris for a while. You don't know why or how. Asha, the tiefling that they talked about, has also known Adris for a long time, but you still haven't met her because she's always gone. But no, like the teachers themselves don't seem, you don't get any indication that they seem to have been a group or anything like that. So, yeah. They also do give you a little bit more on like Lyrandil's history and that continued sense of the ongoing war with Al-Raqqa that's been going on for a long time, like hundreds and hundreds of years, and which is part of why the provinces used to be individual kingdoms, but eventually became an alliance for a long time that kind of worked together against Al-Raqqa, as well as other threats that have come and gone through the years. Eventually being unified into a country 200 years ago, but then, and honestly, the unification really did help the country prosper, but along with prosperity comes nobles and a certain amount of resentment towards nobles, and Morthag took advantage of that, became a rising figure, eventually got the crown, and 20 years ago issued the Unified Decree, which is the thing that has made Lyrandil what it is today, where everything is owned by the people, and basically saying, that we're going to do away with nobility, the people own everything now. And so everything is, and even held his own election to like re-elect himself as the king by popular vote. Whether or not that was legitimate or not, we don't know, but he definitely at the beginning had a lot of public sway and led a revolution of his own to establish what has happened today. And he also gets some education as far as like why this is, because one of the questions you end up having is why a lot of these atrocities are allowed to happen. How can they tolerate the renewal camps and being sold into slavery or being killed or whatever the case is on a regular basis? And part of their strategy was the initiation of, like, one of the things Morthag did at the beginning was painting a picture of people who fought against this agenda as selfish, and they started using terminology like self-rat, which was shortened to just rat eventually. But it was basically a dehumanization, like if you are selfish, if you are not one of the people, then you're a selfish individual, you're nothing more than a rat. And rats should be exterminated. Rats should be, maybe they can be reprogrammed, maybe they can be renewed, into a good citizen of the people. But mainly it's a dehumanization. Like the terminology war that happens within Lyrandil is pretty strong. And to the degree, and you see part of the other thing that's happened is you actually are taken out at one point and you see a scene where a farmer is basically lynched because it's discovered that he had hidden a heirloom sword that had been in his father for generation, or had been in his family for generations, but had some like small jewels in it, and that was regarded as selfish, and he was hoarding riches for himself instead of giving to the people, like, trying to make it, he thought himself better than everyone else. And basically you watch as the crown soldiers don't do anything, and the people themselves take this farmer and end up hanging him. And it's like, you see, it's like this control is like mental, it's not just a physical enslavement, it's a mental enslavement. And this kind of goes back to what Adris has been telling you about the propaganda war that's been happening, and why he's waging the war he is for their minds, and hoping and trying to say that they are the ones who need to rescue themselves. And he's trying to push it to a tipping point in that regard. And so, you get a much better picture throughout these 5 weeks as you go. Eventually, though, the next morning comes, and you get up, thankful to have a meeting instead of the the traditional Drail wake up. But you've kind of
I get up early and I do my morning kind of grounding exercise, and I even do like some push-ups and some sit-ups, and
Alright.
like keeping my physical fitness as part of my
Yeah.
morning ritual.
All right. So you eventually make your way to Adris's tent. You know, are led inside, and there's nobody inside initially, and you just see again the large table with the map of Lyrandil laid out, and another table off to the side with just masks kind of lined up on the table, and you wait. Anything you want to do while you wait?
I look over the map, see if there's any annotations, any scribblings, like anything that looks like there's like any sort of active conversation that's happened around this.
Yeah, no, it is surprisingly blank. Like there are marks for like cities and landmarks, but nothing indicating any kind of like movements or activities or anything like that. No locations of anything special. Surprisingly blank.
Is there any personal items in this room?
No, just there's the table with some chairs around it, and then the table with the masks on it.
And there's no other like books or.
No, I mean you see a bedroll like over on the side, but every time you've been in here or you've seen Adris himself or anything like that, it seems like he lives extremely minimally. Yeah, he's apparently a very minimalist guy.
I'm just gonna sit and kind of ponder, like, if I was like someone without possession, like how would I live as someone without possession? What does that mean to be as someone who lives like this? Like, I'm just like trying to ponder through, like, just going through those exercises of like, if I was a bad person, what would I try to achieve here? If I was a good person, what would I try to achieve here? Like, just doing the mind exercises that I've come accustomed to doing.
Bear?
Yeah.
Still having reservations?
I'd be lying if I said I had 0 reservations. The king is a bad person. I mean, what's done is done. We're here. We're in the fight. I didn't want to waste all this time before we got to the real mission at hand. But it's already done, and I do believe this is a just cause. What he's doing is awful. It needs to be stopped.
I don't think that our missions are separate anymore.
They're not too misaligned, no.
I don't either, but I know Bear had reservations, and I want to make sure that
It is a
we're all
valid
in
question
this
to ask.
together.
No, I appreciate it.
They could have sent us here with this in mind,
Yeah.
hoping that we would see this and make this decision.
And like I said, well, I've learned a lot from Shaylara. I'm hoping that I can use that after this mission and whatever comes next.
I agree. I think the time spent here was worth it,
Absolutely.
regardless of what happens next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still don't 100% agree with his methods, but who knows if I ever will be.
I think it's healthy to question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm here for the fight. We'll see how the test goes, I suppose.
Sure, we'll all be fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna check if the map has any magical properties. If I can sense that or investigate that.
Okay. Sure, do an investigation.
Do it.
Check it.
It's 19.
Hey!
Pretty decent.
Yeah, no, it seems to be. It's a well-made map.
Okay.
Like it seems like it's durable on a really good, thick parchment, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be magical.
Okay.
What you doing there, Easy?
I was just trying to see if they have a special map here that has maybe arcane clues built within it. That's why it seems so plain. Like it may have a hint of something, but it doesn't.
Oh.
It's just a plain old parchment map.
Oh.
Sounds
Well rendered.
I am disappointed. I thought my training would be good enough for me to figure this out.
Maybe we're all just supposed to wait.
Check the masks. See if they're magical.
There's masks there.
Yeah, on the other table.
Yeah, there's another table
Oh.
off to the side with rows of masks.
Just don't touch them.
Okay. I'll look really closely at them at the masks.
Okay. Do an investigation.
Another investigation. Here we go.
Do it.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh.
That's a solid 11.
11.
Yeah.
It's one more than 10.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
one
it's
more
still
than
enough that you realize they do seem to have some sort of magical essence to them. And you do remember seeing, I think it was Adris and Drail, when they put their mask on, like their whole outfit changed to that black outfit.
Oh yeah,
right.
that's true. I did do that. Yeah, these are something a little more special. I can't quite put my finger on why. I'm gonna need anyone have a diamond?
At this moment, kind of toward the back of the tent, coming in the back entrance, you see Essa walk in, sees you looking at him, and she says, "Do you know what those really are?"
I do not. I was trying to perceive from just the outside.
And she kind of walks over and kind of looks down at him and says, "You know, I knew Adris as a child. I was a servant of his household just like my mother was. We played together as kids. Yeah, Highwind has always been compliant with, but secretly more generous and doing a better job of taking care of their people. But occasionally the crown reasserts its authority. Well, in one of those reassertions, I was taken for no real reason, trumped up charges and the like. That's what they do. And this is while Adris is gone. And they took me to one of those renewal camps. You gotta understand, they're little more than work camps with torture and brainwashing. They're camps designed to break you or kill you. You're regularly beaten, worked to the bone. Matter of fact, I was made to hold a pickaxe so much I don't have fingerprints anymore. And they don't let you sleep. They regularly make loud rackets or splash you with icy water, or pour hot candle wax on your head, or poke you with spears, all to make sure you're always underslept, which means you're always slowly losing your mind. And they're always playing all sorts of mind games. Giving you rewards when you do well, and then when you do even better, punishing you. Yeah, all sorts of things to teach you you can't do anything of your own power. It's all got to come from them. And they divide us into groups arbitrarily and pit us against each other, telling each group that the others are cheating, that they're hoarding food, or they're spies, or they're sleeping with the captains, dividing us and making us hate each other. And if any one of us starts to... I once saw someone who was starting to get a little bit popular with prisoners and starting to get in a position of leadership among us. And you would have thought they would have been punished or treated harshly. But instead they took him in to see the guard leaders, gave him more food, let him sleep, which made all the rest of us think they'd worked out some sort of deal with the guards, so we wouldn't trust them. Like I said, they're always playing mind games. I gotta say, it was the 10th hell right here in Lyrandil. And I didn't know it at the time, but Adris had returned from his long journey and found out I'd been taken. Took him 2 months to find out where I was. He had to do a lot of things to get that information too. The long story short is that he helped me escape, and I've got to tell you, I've never seen one man accomplish that much destruction before. And every last one of them deserved a lot more than they got. It wasn't long after that Adris started his rebellion. If you ask Adris, the masks are here to protect us and protect our identity, but also to create an idea in the enemy's mind, a mystery that you can fear, more than some individual you can hunt down and defeat, an idea that you don't know anything about, you don't know how big it is or where it might be, an image you'll have nightmares about. Well, and all that's true for sure. That's right smart, but if you ask me, it's their blankness. You see, this kingdom, they want you to identify yourself with the people and forget about your individual self. But these masks are blank. They're no one. So, that's the last thing that they see when they die. The face of no one. At the hands of the rebellion that they necessitated and killed by the very thing they created. And maybe it's a bit twisted to get there, but there's justice in that. And also to us, these masks are badges. Something you earn. Something shows you're willing to do what it takes. And there's no stronger bond than those who will give everything for each other. That's what they are to us. It's what they'll be to you. As long as you survive the trial. You hear the quiet voice of Adris just now entering as well as he says, "You should try to be a little bit more positive, Essa. I'm sure they'll be fine. How are you all doing?"
Good as can be expected without knowing what we're about to face. Anxious.
Yeah.
That's to be expected. Unfortunately, you don't always know what you're going to face in battle. That's part of it. Adapting once you get there. Do you feel ready?
Is this one of those trials where we all pass or we all fail?
Would you like it to be?
Well, yeah. I don't want half of us to pass and half of us to fail.
We'll all pass, Bear. One way or another.
Alright.
A tight-knit group, huh?
Indeed.
Yeah. We have our moments.
Yeah. I suppose I have some taste of what that's like. Well, in any case, I wouldn't worry too much. It's not that big a deal. Just a culmination of what you've been learning for these last weeks. Yeah, but in any case, and he sort of gets interrupted as somebody rushes in behind and kind of goes over and whispers into his ear. And he listens for a moment and says, "Why is she there? House fire?" And he listens some more and he's like, and you see like his whole demeanor shift and he's, "Thank you. That's not good. And he just sort of gets lost in thought for a second. You can tell his like wheels are turning. You see Essa kind of looks a little concerned, and he finally says, most everyone has been gone on this other operation that we're on, so I'm afraid I'm going to need to use you. I think under the circumstances we'll probably be able to consider this your trial. Alanya needs some help. She's in a nearby town, and that town is, well, the Ruby Judge is on her way. We need to get Alanya out.
Okay.
And it's going to be difficult because that's part of her MO is to send advanced troops and start patrolling and surrounding the town before she approaches. So you're going to have to get in and get Alanya and get her out. And Alanya needs to stay. You just need to get her out.
Okay.
I would be sending your teachers for this, but they're all occupied.
JV squad. Okay.
Do you know how far out the Ruby Judge is at this point?
If you hurry, I think it won't be too long apart that you arrive. So you need to be quick. It's a little bit less than a day out, so you might be able to make it by nightfall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I asked for as much detail as we can have, like where she'll be in town, what the town's current kind of situation looks like.
There's a safe house in the town that I can direct you to. I'm hoping she'll be there. She doesn't always. It doesn't matter. They'll be able to direct you.
I haven't met Alanya, correct? I asked for her description, and
She's the one who sent the letter to Anduriel.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay. I asked for her description because I don't know what she looks like, and I asked for if she's in a tight situation, what does she usually do?
Well, it's tricky because this is one of those times where I can't tell you absolutely everything. Suffice it to say that if she wanted to get out of the situation, she could, but it is extremely important that she doesn't have to.
And we're going to retrieve her, not to help her.
Well, they're both one and the same at this point. She needs to get out without revealing what she is.
Okay.
What is she?
Well, that's for her to say if she wants to. Suffice it to say that if she is hiding herself, and if her true identity is revealed, it would bring a lot more trouble to us than we can handle.
Understood.
How is she to trust us if we don't have the mask to prove who we are to help her?
Well, you told me that she's the one who sent for you.
Don't you worry.
Ah, whoops.
We have that. Oops. Easy. We have that taken care of.
Ah, okay.
Interesting that you don't know all this already, but we'll address that later.
Do you have enough horses to spare two for each of us? So
Yes.
we can ride through the night.
For this, yes.
Okay.
But you should have. It's morning now. You should be able to arrive by nightfall if you ride hard.
Okay.
Indeed, you.
And you do need to ride hard because the longer you take, the more those patrols will increase and the harder it's going to get. And if the Ruby Judge arrives, she's going to arrive with her whole regiment.
Yep.
And she's not someone. She's not someone you want to face if you can avoid it.
Indeed.
I immediately start asking for components to basically build ourselves in day clothes, like town clothes, so that when we
We
get
can
to,
provide that.
okay. so that we look very not
Ordinary.
like ordinary.
Yeah.
Like I basically am. I tell the guys like our goal to get into town is to be uninteresting.
Mm-hmm.
We should genuinely be the most uninteresting thing that walks into that town today.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, she will be dressed, likely in a in a very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Nondescript.
Yeah, like she'll be fitting in as well. But she has silver hair and dark eyes, and trust me, you'll know when you see her.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
Point us in that direction.
If there's any doubt, it's not her. Trust me.
Double horses. We gotta get there quick as shit.
Yep.
That's right.
We're full gallop the whole way.
We're burning these poor horses today.
That's why I brought two.
There's both. Anyway, both horses are running.
Well, yeah, but
One's
now
actively
without
One's
carrying.
carrying a
yeah,
person.
one's carrying a person.
Yeah.
So you switch them up, give them rest.
All right.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
Ride hard. Ride
Again.
fast.
This is very important. You need to get her. Like, this mission is very important.
Got on us.
I understand.
Yes.
She will be safe.
All right. Go.
For the cause!
For the cause.
White lightning.
And that's where we'll end for tonight.
I was thinking about grease lightning.
Green.
Grease lightning.
Summer loving, had me a blast.
Mooning over you. I was in that musical.
With going through all that training,
Yeah.
You guys are level 9.
Huzzah!
Whoopah!
The way you were like, kind of like edging each person into like this thing, I was like, oh, we're gonna get some kind of skill or like.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I was like, he's gonna have some new aura, like flame aura.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's like, ooh, it reaches out to.
That is a spell that you could take if you want. It's up to you.
I know.
Whether you take it or not. That was more of an illusion of what's possible.
Gotcha.
That's what you're okay.
The possibilities are endless.
Just like the running across water and the.
I've got so many
the
fifth
sky,
levels I
you're-
can finally use now.
Where I can actually start to use my assassination skill sets in the future with the
Yeah, you got your full false identity.
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I get to have that. I think two. I
Yeah,
think
level 5 spells.
I've got a couple of level 5 spells now.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah,
Yes.
that you've been sitting on.
I could use them.
Yeah.
I didn't know how.
I'm on the 5th level too, and I get an invocation on this one.
Yes, you do.
Oh man. Level 9.
I think I might go take that, guys.
Oh, good.
Dude,
I think so.
Do it.
if I was
do it.
getting
Now's the
like-
time.
I can't on this level because this level is like access to shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to research what level 9 does as a paladin, but I'll see if multiclass is the time to go now.
Guys, we can try to take on the Ruby Judge.
Absolutely not.
Let's go.
We're gonna get fucking white. We know nothing about this enemy.
You know nothing, John Snow.
We literally watched an explosion happen, and like lady was just like, and her horse died.
She was hurt on the inside.
Horse died.
How many times have you been hurt and you're just like, I'm fine?
She was emotional damage.
You have
Listen, she's still a horse girl at heart. She was real sad about losing that horse.
you have been told that she is extremely nothing to take lightly.
You've heard that about giants and dragons and wizards.
Yes, and almost died multiple
Yes.
times.
But who did die?
Me, twice.
Who else did die?
That cleric girl that showed up on the wall. All of those paladins.
And a giant. And a dragon.
and all of
And a
those.
sea giant.
Almost you.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost, but
And
I
like
didn't.
a legion of soldiers.
Yeah, for the cause.
That's what matters. It's for the
Says the
cause.
kid who was like, I don't think I really want to go into this whole rebellion thing.
For the cause! Barry's wearing the t-shirt now.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
all in.
I fought in the cause and all I got was this stupid
T-shirt. Time for the cause.
People come like, oh, that's my favorite band. I'm like, you don't know. Name 2 songs.
Hey, dude, sir.
All right. Awesome. Good stuff. Excited.
Yeah.
Next week will be good.
Oh
And,
my
let me know if
goodness.
you have any questions about level up and everything. Yeah. Good stuff. Good session. Good RP.
Thank you, Doug.
Acting.
Characters.
I know. So many characters.
Yes. So many characters.
Sir literally got a masterclass in acting. I love it. I love it so much.
It's good stuff. All right. We will see you guys next week. And yeah, see where this goes. So,
All right.
Bye, friends.
Bye-bye.
Bye.